Hey, everybody. Ah, all right. That should be online and functioning. Hopefully. Please tell me I got this right.
Did you fuck it up?
Oh no.
Let me go watch my favorite streamer.
You're
Press
lying about that and
on.
you know it. You're lying
Damn.
about that and you know it.
I don't know,
Oh,
man.
cool.
I'm
Hey,
checking it out
Torkai.
right now.
How you doing?
Oh,
Cool. Yeah,
Hey,
so
Torkai.
I'm...
Right now.
How you doing? Audible, visible, and, subbable and watchable? I don't fucking know. Anyway, welcome everybody. This is the first session of a brand new campaign, as well as my first ever proper stream, not counting test streams. Well, I'm doing pretty damn good. I got a belly full of enchiladas and a bunch of new players that I can wring suffering out of. In chat,
I didn't sing a contract on that.
too bad.
You're funny.
Should've read the fine print.
You can't ring.
Oh,
You
no, I
can't ring
got
any
the
more
contract?
stuff out of me. I already have it all wrung out by Petty.
Ah, good point.
Oh.
Anyway,
I do.
so going in order, I'd like to introduce the folks who I have rope-a-doped into this, just for posterity. My name is Quest von Faustus. You may simply call me Quest. I am a game master full-time, as well as the occasional magic dabbler. I specialize in the magic of imagination. You know, corny as that is. With me, playing in my campaign, is first of all Peb, or Pebby the Pebble, or I completely forgot the pronunciation for it, but you know, Fue-Filet. There we go. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Get his ass.
You see him lighting up in the bottom left as the green-hatted man. Say a
Kill
little.
me.
You want to say a little bit about yourself besides your suicidal tendencies, or
Oh. That's for later. That's for later.
Damn. Well, no. I don't know what to say.
all right. Well, works for me. Next is T, or Tia, or any variation of that. Good friend of mine I have known for a while, a pillar of support and a very skilled artist who I've gotten to know over the years. Mepa Coin Watcher, welcome to the stream. We're just getting started. She is, well, she's lovely. Anything you want to say about yourself, T?
I'm just your good old regular artist, most active on Twitter. But that's it basically. Nothing much to say.
Come on. Next up is Sully, who is also a soon-to-premiere VTuber, as is Peb. Much like myself, they are just getting started with it. They have not debuted yet. They will sometime in the future, nebulous as it is. Sully is, I believe, a Jiangxi VTuber. Anything you would like to say about yourself? Don't worry, the spotlight is warm, but and slightly blinding. Sorry for putting you under it.
Rami, the lamp is going out. We need to get into one.
One. But yes, like and subscribe.
Yes. Right to the
Smash that like button.
right to the heart of the matter.
That like button.
Right to the heart of the matter. Okay. Next up is Corbin. Anything you would like to say about yourself?
I'm very socially awkward.
Excellent.
That's the one thing to say.
You have much in common with us then.
Yes, I do.
Then there is Jules. I'm sure you have
Hi.
something. I'm sure you have something smart ass up your sleeve to say.
Yeah, I could. I really could.
Otherwise known as Chris from Undertale.
Okay, now we're fighting. Come on.
No,
Roll the
no,
D20.
no.
Roll for initiative. Come on.
Keep
Bring it
it.
up.
Keep it in the game. If you're going to eviscerate each other, keep it to in game.
Noted.
Oh, damn.
Remember what I said. No killing each other. Your souls are still mine.
That is true.
Listen, I don't know anything about you owning my soul. Last time I checked, I lost out on the couch 5 years ago.
Now I know where to look. Cool.
Oh shit.
And lastly is Matt.
Yo, hello. I will. I'll keep it brief. I'm a pretty long time forever DM, so I feel dusty being a player, but in a good way. I love DMing, so I get to dust off my Karya boy. I'm not good at anything else other than writing. Basically, I'm writing a visual novel, which is pre-production, and other than that, I'm boring. Aside from that, I'm a dad, and occasionally there may be a baby on my shoulder. So if you hear like a, it's not me.
Cool. And
Yeah,
because I was
sure.
going to assume it was you, and then anything that she said, I would take as your actions.
So it's how it is. It should be, of course. So you know.
Keanuta, welcome to the stream. Oh, and thank you for the follow, by the way. Kea, Tora, and Meppa. Thank you.
Ooh, we have followers.
I have followers.
them.
What the hell? Cool. So,
Let's go.
Those souls are now bound to us now.
Basic-
Congratulations.
basic player introductions out of the way. I would like to introduce you all to a. Well, I was going to say a brand new crafted world, but it's not exactly brand new, though it has been in production for some time. The campaign itself is not starting off, contrary to many games I have made, as well as many games others have crafted. It does not start off with a solid through thread. The game itself will start off with a basic cohesive premise, after which the players will be free to take it in any direction that they wish. I have a whole world created with the basics of all the different nations plotted out, and when players go and hither and thither, finding new lands, new obstacles, new whatever have you peoples, they will then be fleshed out as they encounter them. Essentially, the basics are laid out. The actual evolution of the world has yet to be had. For now, though, our 6 misfits are about to set forth from their previous lives and head out, and fate will have them stumbling across each other very shortly. So I'm going to hold this. And we're going to start off with a good old flashback. Let's begin with... Is that loading in for everybody?
Believe so.
Let me go back. I just posted it in our little chat for us
second.
all. So
There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
There.
Yeah, there-
There we go.
Oh, fuck.
a radiant sun.
Sorry for cursing.
I will not say that this is a family
I don't
friendly.
think there's. Yeah, I don't think they're streaming this. In
I
any
swear like
elementary
a
schools.
sailor when I don't consciously filter myself, so you're fine.
So you're saying this is a Christian Minecraft stream?
Do I look like I play Minecraft? Do I look
Yeah,
15?
Don't come in the
This is
future.
Minecraft?
Anyway, so everybody except
oh,
for T,
thank God.
everybody except for T, I would ask you to quiet down for a moment.
Shall be done.
Miar, or Mir.
Meow.
One moment. Just going to size this. Mir, your life is honestly pretty good. It's bare bones, but you find yourself second guessing very little and asking for almost nothing. You and your brother spend much of your time in the lighthouse, guarding that treasure so precious to you two, rendering aid to passers-by, to travelers, to sailors, and maintaining a lighthouse which saves so many more. It's a source of, it's a point of pride and joy for you and your brother. You, the resourceful, ever ready, active of the two brothers. And your elder brother, the healer, the compassionate one. Which is why it's such a rude awakening when a group of sailors that you are giving harbor to, who wrecked ashore, and you invited into the lighthouse as you have so often done, though not for such a large crew as is currently being stowed away in the large lighthouse that you and your brother inhabit, when you hear the sounds of fighting upon the top floor. There's sound of crashing, metal clanging, glass shattering, and the panicked shouting of your brother. Ha, nice. What do you do upon hearing this?
I immediately spring out of my bedroll and sprint out of the room, trying to locate where the screaming is coming from exactly.
It sounds like it's coming from the uppermost floor where the light is kept.
There's a bit of moment where Mia's terrified, actually, but he stumbles and runs up the stairs.
Sprinting up the stairs, panic in your step, and worry on your face. Get to that in a second. You zip up the stairs, quick as you are, like a child, on all fours, clambering up. Find yourself at the top stairs, and the stairs are clogged with the sailors that you were lending aid to not just last night. There's jostling and more clanging and the sounds of a deep bass voice echoing down the stairs, drowning out, you can barely hear as the pleading shouts of your brother.
I try to push past everything,
Barely
beginning
paying,
my step.
barely paying you any mind. The sailors are more focused, obviously, on what's happening at the top floor. Some of them are shouting for a stop. Some of them are egging whatever's happening on. And as you push past, you're on the upper floor, you see this hulking brute of a man with his meaty fist wrapped around your brother's neck, holding him out of the window over the craggy rocks below. And in his right hand is the light, the artifact that powers Lighthouse and keeps so many other ships safe. The crux of you and your brother's purpose here in this building. And this man with his sea-weathered and scar-mangled face, with a hand the size of, you swear, the size of a small log, tightly wrapped around your brother's neck. As he looks around, his thick neck craning as his chin goes over his shoulder to peer at you, and a cruel smile comes across his face. There's a scant moment where your eyes lock with your brother's, and then the hand lets go. How do you react?
Mia, I'm frozen in shock. Not quite running towards him, just absolute shock, disbelief. What happened?
Seeing your paralysis, the man then, in barely a step and a half, comes to you, and the same hand locks around your throat, and you feel yourself lifted faintly, and then next thing you know, You're out in the dark with the wind howling around you as that same cruel smile stares you in the face, and you're extended out at arm's length over the rocks below.
Yes. Pulling out his claws, trying to scratch everything in his panic. Doesn't like in one part of his brain, it's like that's a bad idea. If he lets you go, you're dead. But there's a much more primal part that is fighting against the grip around his throat.
Lashing out, your claws strike. This animal panicked part of your brain activates, and every claw comes out. A good thing you're not even wearing shoes, because you bring out everything you can in those few seconds, and you add a few scars to add to his already streaked face and arms and chest as you shred his clothing and his face, leaving one eye gushing blood as he screams in agony, and the hand lets you go. And there's this empty second where you feel like you're just floating. And the man is reeling back, and things seem to slow down. And then time and gravity resumes, and you find yourself plummeting towards the rocks as things go black. Matt.
Yes, indeed.
It's dark where you live, and that's something you're used to. Honestly, it's home to you. It's dark, it's cold. Not as cold as it could be. It's freezing. Like, you lose your nads if you stayed out too long outside this cave. And that kind of sets the theme for your life in the most part. That's the sort of weary acceptance that this is your place, and while it's not good or great, it is something you've come to accept. Among the slaves kept by the dragon, which you call your liege or your father, depending, as he is wont to almost sardonically request others to call him, the deep dragon, as I try and recall his name. Do you recall what his name is?
Orthos.
Orthos, correct. The deep dragon known as Orthos. Sleek black escutcheon scales. His thin feline body sits curled upon a pile of tattered tomes and scrolls and dead scholars' withered bodies. As slaves hustle and bustle, human, dwarf, elf, any other assorted type, he's not too picky so long as they are subservient and know their place. You have something of a special station, though you yourself are not free of servitude. You are a half-dragon, and that elevates you ever so slightly above the position of your fellow slaves. Would you like to describe your daily duties?
Bright and early, as they would say. Karya is only allowed about a few hours of sleep, though time is of little consequence when he's beneath the surface of the earth. He has recently had to pick up a slack for his mother, who's grown rather old and sick, and his primary duties are to tend to the hatchery. Many of the eggs that have been either looted from other nearby draconic dens or even some of Orthos's own children, who are much more proper draconians or dragons in general. Karya has been given the special task of being able to tend to them and assure that they will hatch safely at the cost of his own life, should even a single shell be cracked in any sense. He does that for majority of his day, and when he's not doing that, he's oftentimes being pushed around, beaten by the proper dragons that live within the lair, albeit they are more so. He even gets bullied by kobolds. He's not much of a fighter in that sense. When he gets his rations, he often tends to hand more over to his sickly mother, and because of that, he's a scrawny little boy.
Hmm.
But the few hours of sleep here and there, that's pretty much his life and always has been.
At the very least, Karya does not lack for job security, as tending for a hatchery of dragons is a dedicated and long-term task. Dragons do not hatch quickly. In fact, some, depending on the type, take months, take years, take centuries. So, this is your lot in life, and it will be for the foreseeable eternity, or until the day you wither and die, which Orthos has assured to you will take quite a while, and you will not enjoy it. He is not a cheerful dragon, though he is affable in some senses. And so, it is ever so jarring when this day by day, honestly, you have no idea how long you've been here, this day by day, almost eternal seeming vigil is interrupted by a bright flash of light caving the top of the main foyer in, as from the ceiling of the cavern, drakes, dragons, and other creatures of different sorts, all hemmed in this searing light, swarm in, seething along the walls, flying in on wings, some even floating in under their own power, wingless. But the center of them all, landing in the middle of the chamber, is this humongous, shining white dragon, crested and cragged in what looks like translucent, effervescent ice. And it is there, standing in the hall, holding an egg that you were transporting, that everything breaks into chaos. And everything goes white. Lamusi,
Hello.
your head is splitting. You feel one side of you is warm and the other side is freezing cold. Prying open your eyes, you sit up, find yourself sitting next to a eerily familiar campfire. Hey, boss.
Yeah? I'm supposed to respond to this? Oh.
Yes.
So I'm gonna say more. It sounds like you're gonna go on to say.
No,
anyways.
please, detail how you react to this.
Lucy wakes up, puts a hand to her head, looks around. This area, this campfire, something feels off about it. But it's unknown what is truly off. All they know is that they're here, and they don't know where here is.
Exactly. The only things, and they do evoke a certain strange sense of familiarity, though from where you do not know. But sitting next to the campfire are three things: a small notebook, a hat with two little lanterns affixed to it, and sitting atop the book is a small creature. About time you woke up. I'm waiting here for... Right, we don't have time here.
Who are you? Who are you? Lucy wondered and spoke.
Among other things. I,
Yes.
as she thinks, she seems to ponder it for a moment and says, for the time being, you can call me Christelle.
Well, Garstel, what is going on? Why am I here, and why are you here? Lucy wondered. And
You ask a lot of questions for someone who doesn't have a lot to bargain with. But I'll tell you something. While you're here, well, that's telling. What happened to you? Well, to put it simply, you died. As you have so many times before. And every single one has been as entertaining as the last, though a few of them have been special. No, the reason I'm here, she pats the notebook. I'm here to keep track of you, and, well, sometimes help you, sometimes hinder you, depending. I'm mostly in it for the show, to be honest. But, sometimes I'm one to help. So I'm supposed to stick with you, keep track of things, make a little note whenever you die. So maybe you have an inkling of what happened before and you can learn from your mistakes, though, judging by all your other times, you don't learn very quick. She just chuckles at that. As she then, with a small tinkle, rises from the book, says, well, come on, get going. You're just sitting around here on your arse.
Lamusi is obviously overloaded by all the information dumped upon them at once. Apparently, they have died many times before. But that doesn't make sense, does it? All of this information, the lanterns, the hat, the book, and the little creature in front of them, they too seem to evoke a certain feeling, but it's unknown why. Looking around, take a quick glance at this area around them. There's nothing here for them. So, with nowhere else to go, alright, you crack a little fairy. Maybe not that choice of words, but alright, let's get going. I got nothing else to do now, don't I?
No, you don't. As I'll say, looking out into the forest, it is looking high up. You see very clearly up into the night sky, filled with stars. The forest around you, on the other hand, is completely different. You have this vague sense that the sky is right, but the forest is not, as it is, for one, choked and dark. There is no crack of light between the branches. There is no gap between the trees. Every branch seems to be positioned to occlude vision further in. Undergrowth seems to seep up and provide a perfect hiding place for anything that might lie in wait. And even the leaves dance with a certain obtrusiveness. You know what this place is. It's ingrained into your being. This is a place of the wild.
Of course, I've returned here, haven't I?
Oh, you are remembering something. Good. Then you'll know. Just pick a direction and walk, or float in your case.
Lamusi let out a sigh, picked up which was told their what's the word? I forget the word. Gatherings, no.
Belongings?
Can't think of the word here. Belongings, that's the word. Lucy gathered their belongings with a sigh, and much like their instincts told them to, and, the creature next to them, picked a direction and just began to walk. No goal in mind, just to walk.
Okay. And with that, you and your partner in crime, from the sounds of it, float off into the underbrush. Dexter.
Well,
yeah.
Today is another frustrating, hair-pulling day for you. After much work and earning many scholarships to apply and then eventually be accepted to the Thras Academy of Advanced Applied Thaumaturgical Sciences, your results have been less than enthusing. It's day after day. It just leads to another disappointment, another frustration, less ground covered and less advances made day by day. You feel like you're stalling, like you're not learning as much, like you're not accomplishing, especially not as much as some of your colleagues. It burns you. And slowly, the stipends are beginning to run out, and with it, your projected time here at the academy.
I'm running out of time.
So it would seem. And it is staring down at your latest creation, or failure, as some would put it. One moment. Looking down at your latest failure, the cauldron bubbling and steaming and glass shattered upon the floor. That one of your colleagues and one of your roommates here at the academy leans herself upon the door to the room. You hear this audible, very much put on for showmanship, sniff of, cook the hogwort for a minute too long again, did you? Standing before you is, a short woman, looks to be maybe in her mid-30s, with a French braid tied into her hair, and a what do you call it? A very stately alchemist's suit and a rope of braid around one shoulder. She is a year higher than you, or I should say a year more advanced than you, since this academy works on years rather than age. And yes, how are you going to respond? Speaking of which, her name is Litho.
It appears I did.
I hate to see
Nothing.
I hate to see it like this. I really do.
Maybe the next one will work.
Maybe. Honestly, I don't know what the problem is. You keep doing the steps just right, and then you seem to lose it. You know, there's supposed to be a gala this evening.
Gala.
Yeah, my family is, they occasionally donate to the academy here, and sometimes they hold a gala in the honor of people who donate or contribute. My parents will be here. I'll be busy carousing and and socializing, rubbing elbows, as will many others, as I have heard it. She just kind of gives you this very almost naive wink and a nudge. It says, as will the guards, from what I've heard.
You're wanting me to sneak in?
Well, maybe? I don't know. Because you know, the everybody knows there's not actually that much of worth in the vault, and well, nobody will miss a couple things. And I thought if I insisted that my parents come and, well, I didn't tell them that, but make a distraction, then you could nab something, maybe that'll help you in your studies, that the miserly professors are keeping to themselves in the vault, and then you could maybe snag me something.
What is it you're looking for in the vault exactly?
Honestly, I don't even know what's in there. I'm just hoping you could get anything, honestly, so long as it's, not some useless hunk of junk.
Oh.
She then brings her voice down into a hush and is like, honestly, this is more for you than for me.
He's gonna think it over briefly. Contemplate the consequences of getting caught.
But then there's a little devil on your shoulder that goes, but what about the pros of if you succeed?
All right, I'll give it a try.
Excellent. Then I won't have convinced my parents to spend hundreds of thousands of gold for nothing. Excellent. I'll let you know when the ball kicks off later. You keep practicing, I guess. You know, practice makes perfect. As she then sort of it just jerkily stands up from her place in the door frame and turns around and walks out. Not at all seeming as cool as she might think she is. And it is later that night. After a few knocks on the door from Litho, and a whispered, "It's starting." You then hear her heels clacking down the hall and then going down the stony stairs.
I will. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I will open my door. Obviously, get my shoes on, and head out after him.
Okay. Stepping out of the room, Litho is still standing there at the top of the stairs and says, she gestures towards the other end of the hall and says, "I checked. The vault's open. Go."
You will give a nod.
Most students know that the way to the vault. It's this big, garish, fuck-off door set into the wall. It's usually guarded, and most people know it's not actually locked. Most of the time, the vault is something of a joke in the student body because, mostly what it contains is the graduate thesis of every mage that has graduated from the academy, which can be anything from a filter of love to a scroll with a spell on it, a book written as a thesis, or some highly unsafe, unstable concoction that is better left untouched than destroyed or uncorked. So it's kept more there for the safety of others. Set into the door next to the vault, being the big garish fuck-off door that it is a simple human-sized wooden door, which you soon find yourself in front of. And true to what Litho said, it's unlocked.
I'm going to take a quick, at least glance around, just to make sure no one else is really around.
Glancing about. Coast seems clear. There's no guards stationed. You hear the sound of glasses clinking, food being eaten, loud. The uniquely din-like chatter of hundreds of dozens, if not hundreds of people gathered in the same room, where normally only a single conversation would be a tolerable level of volume, but so many conversations stacked on one another carries through the building. Sounds like practically the entire school is down in the ball room. And the hallway you are in is absent of any other folks.
Take one deep breath before I open the door.
When someone describes a vault, usually that evokes images of plaques with gold bars, money, shelves lined with valuable objects, maybe cabinets where dangerous weapons are stored, magical artifacts. This is nothing like that. This is like a cluttered basement storage. This is like a hoarder's locker. The walls are stacked high with decaying books and scrolls. The shelves are lined with what one thing looks like a hat. There's a set of belts wrapped around each other. There's a box or even like a tin cup with a bunch of rings spilling out of it.
Mhm.
There are plinths here and there where objects of importance seem to be placed, with little spotlights on them, glass shutters over them, glass boxes encasing them, putting them on display. Some of the few artifacts left over from alumni that actually seem to be of some pride to the university. Where would you like to start searching?
Look along the plaques first.
Okay.
Just kind of get a good look at what the school values.
Okay. Looking through, you see what looks to be a bejeweled helmet of some sort. The name plaque in front of it says says it is a helm of dragon detection. Potentially useful. The dragons themselves many of them were driven deep into the earth many millennia ago. They're something of a rarity. So it's a bit more like a dowsing rod than it is something of practical value.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the next plinth. Looks to be a belt of gender change, which is, well, potentially very useful to the right people, though it is still technically considered a cursed item, and is kept locked up because too many, there was one too many snuck away trysts among the student body until the professors locked this one away.
Mm-hmm.
It's an object of touchy subject.
Got you.
There looks to be a box put on one plinth, which says Rings of the Pugilist. Doesn't detail much further. And then you come across one where there's a bottle stood, and it's the placard only reads Azoth. The bottle itself seems to be crafted out of clay, is lacquered in what looks to be a dark solution of some sort, and the imagery that's carved or etched into the clay bottle depicts some sort of roiling flame, which then courses up the thin neck of the bottle, to which the stopper looks like a head with a wide grin and two vacant eyes.
Can I try to move? If there's glass covering that one, can I try to move the glass to pick it up?
You can grab. There's the front of the glass acts as a door. There's a small metal handle where if you pull on it, it will swing open.
Okay. I will pull on the small handle too.
Hypersensitive as you are, as soon as you grab the handle and you move it an inch, there's that small squeak of hinges that haven't moved forever. So you freeze for a moment, thinking somehow that the sound might have drawn down every guard in the university.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't. You're safe. Hellfire isn't suddenly raining down upon you for breaking into the vault. Crisis averted. How do you carry on?
I will continue to open it the rest of the way.
And now nothing between you and the bottle except for air.
I will reach inside and take out the bottle to get a better look at it and the liquid inside.
Okay. You grab the bottle, and it feels sturdy despite the clay being made of what seems to be fired clay. With just enough space on the thin neck to wrap your entire hand around it. Now you say you want to look inside of it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You unstopper it and bring your eye to the neck, so hoping to look down and inspect what might be contained within, as there is a small whisper of, "Well, hello there."
Would I be shocked enough to drop the bottle?
Would you?
That or
Is
I
that
think he would. Maybe.
okay? You drop it
Mhm.
as there's this moment of surprise, and the thin neck slips between your fingers,
Mhm.
and you're expecting a crash,
Mhm.
but there isn't one. There is instead the dull thunk, as if you dropped like a plastic bottle on the floor. Then a thunk, 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 dunk, 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 as it then like evens out, bounces off the floor a bit, and then is lying down there as the bottle rolls to a stop, bumping against your foot.
I'll hesitantly reach down and pick it back up again.
I prefer it if you not do that again.
My apologies.
Good. You're well mannered.
Who are you?
I don't have a name. You can give me one if you like.
My apologies if this also sounds rude. What exactly are you?
I don't know. The guy who courted me in here, he called me life's essence. Though I can certainly say I don't really feel alive.
Are you able to leave your container?
Not on my volition. That much I do know. Why did you come in here? Why did you open my jar?
I was curious.
Curious. Well, that's something we both are. Two peas in a pod, you and I. But that's not just why you were here, is it?
No, it's not.
Come on, you can open up to me. We're both curious sorts, after all.
Trying to find something that'll help me get my grades up a bit.
Grades in what? What do you study?
He kind of pauses for a second. Am I able to tell if this thing is being more malicious or being more truthful?
That would be an insight.
Okay. I still am unable to access my sheet on the thing.
Correct. Yes. In which case,
I was able to fix that by a quick refresh and like total reboot because I was having the same issue.
A quick refresh and total reboot?
Yeah, of like roll 20, like just closing out completely and then relogging.
For the time being, I'll roll it for you. And
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Scuff. What is a stream without it? What is a game without it, honestly? There we go.
That's true.
Okay. Your total is an 8.
Oh no.
As far as you can tell, this thing is, well, you can't really tell. This thing is kind of teetering back and forth from sounding almost like a snake oil salesman, going right back to being childishly curious.
I won't explain too much. He is going to look down at the bottle again, and the only thing he will say is that I am an alchemist.
Alchemy?
That's the only... Yes.
I know all kinds of things about alchemy.
Do you?
You could say it was my sole purpose. Tell you what, I have a proposition for you.
A proposition?
Yes, you are not required to accept this, and you can carry me around, and as long as you want to think about it before you say yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
But I know all kinds of things about alchemy, more than most. In fact, my old creator practically pumped me full of all of his knowledge on alchemy. I want to get out of this. I want to live. And you want to improve your grades. Tell you what. Drink me.
Sorry?
Drink me. And we'll become two peas in a pod. I'll give you everything I know about alchemy. You can become one of the greatest alchemists that ever was. And I get to live rent-free inside of you. Well, besides paying the rent in forms of knowledge. And I get to experience things. I don't even know how long I've been locked in here. But I'll get to live, I'll get to see things through your eyes. I'll get to see wonders crafted and kingdoms fall and beasts with their hearts ripped out and used as unguents. All for the low, low price of a single sip.
All right.
All right?
All right.
You hear the sound of just squee of glee from in the bottle. Come on, drink me, drink me, drink me, drink me, drink me, drink me.
He will drink it.
And as you put the neck of the bottle to your lips, everything goes black.
Oh no.
Oh, I forgot to switch that over. Right. Right. I also forgot to show Dexter's image. There we go. That is Dexter for those curious. I've been slacking on that. Lamusi is... Wait, no, of course not. I can't. Right. There. Okay. All players. There we go. I forgot Roll20 is kind of a dick about that. If somebody can already see the journal, then I can't show all the players.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yar has been shown. All players. There we go. Okay. Isaki.
Oh god, it's my turn.
That it is.
But yes.
You sit back tense, soul even tenser, as you sit before your mother, Shippo Sashi, a second-generation Hamadryad of the Okami people. Leader of her clan, your clan head. And she is about finished with you and your utter lack of care and discipline. And she has made that very clear to you. She has lectured you. And so it has been come to a conclusion that you need a little time away from home. In short, and in far less elegant terms than she would have put it, you're getting kicked out for a while to go get a job, or more specifically, more like an internship, with a personal friend of hers. She knows him as Deepak, a Kamui of the nearby forest, a medium cased deity of barriers and earth. And she figures, if there's anybody that could set you straight, it would be him. So with what little possessions you can pack within a bundle, you are carted off to go spend time in the rigorous graces of Deepak the deity. just go ahead and do this. Show to players. Show to everyone. There we go. And so you arrive to a beautiful forest in autumn, in front of a shrine located right next to a small lake, around which are many sacred installations, gates, rocks erected, and lanyards hung from them. And composing the main body of the shrine is a small building constructed in a very angular style and with many raised stones around it, with what looks to be archaic writing and signatures and symbology plastered across it, written in ink and ash and coal. And waiting for you on the front step is a very unassuming, almost looks about as young as you, if you had to be honest. Dressed in a simple set of yellow robes and a long head of hair that comes around one shoulder and tied into a braid. The cart you're sitting on comes to a stop. And because, of course, your mother wouldn't come with you, she has a clan to run. The lieutenant of hers urges you to get off the cart, as this is your destination.
Isiki will very much begrudgingly do so. More like he will honestly take his sweet ass time getting off the cart, doing it very slowly, just so it's a little bit more irritating to the driver of it.
Saya, help me. I cannot bear this child any longer.
Also, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
How many years ago does this take place?
About 20 years, I'll say.
Oh, shit. Yeah, this is when I'm exactly, Isaki's exactly 6. Okay.
Yep.
And,
mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go.
And once he gets off the cart, he will, if he even has pockets, he'll sort of shove his hands in his pockets and sort of slowly walk over to this individual.
Yeah, you've got the very loose, almost hakama-like pants.
Mm-hmm.
So you have big old pockets you can shove your hands into. Your bundle or bindle tied around your back. The moment you're off the cart, the driver sort of urges the horses forward and says, "Oh, mother gotta save me how to whip this boy like I whip these horses." As it then trots off down the forest path, and you're left standing in front of this yellow-robed man. As he looks down at you, arms folded, and says, "So you're Isaki, hmm?" His face is almost sort of tired looking. He has bags under his eyes, like he's almost permanently lacking in sleep. Is he
like an old, tired yet happy old man or something like that?
No, he looks to be somewhere in his mid-20s.
Oh,
going from appearances only, but he looks like he's eternally tired.
Okay.
As he gazes down at you and goes, "I do have my work cut out for me with you, don't I?"
Isaki is in a very talking mood. He's sort of you can obviously tell from his body language, he does not want to be here. He's just kind of keeping everything to himself, letting that anger inside of him stew. He's a little kid. He doesn't, even when he was rambunctious, I guess you could say, he wasn't toned to complete verbal outbursts when he gets angry or anything like that. He just kind of...
He was a reserved kid.
Yeah, reserved but rambunctious kid, yes.
Okay. He looks at you and he says, can't let that fester. Come on, let's put you to something productive, as he then claps you on the shoulder and starts walking down one of the side paths.
Did my mom give me a description of what my new like sort of caretaker even looks like?
No, actually.
But do I know his name?
You know his name, yes.
Okay. I take it you are Mr. Diphuck or something. Isaki's gonna say as he walks beside him.
He gives you a small, almost kind of lilting frown. He says, yes. That is what they know me as down here.
I thought you'd be older, like a really old man.
Oh, you have no idea. It's just sort of that statement alone sort of groans with the ages. As he then takes a deep breath and says, I think I know what to do with you. As you then come to a small clearing, which is filled and carpeted with fallen yellow and red leaves. As he then puts his foot under a stick, kicks it up into his hand, and then hands it to you.
Is it heavy?
No.
I'm a 6-year-old kid.
I mean, it's not particularly heavy. It's a stick. Mm-hmm. It's not like a full-on branch. It's just a small stick you might break off the side of a tree. Is then standing in that clearing, gestures to a large boulder planted at the end of it, sort of like halfway sticking into the clearing, halfway sticking out into the forest beyond it. Says, hit that.
Hit the boulder?
Hit it. Hit it a bunch and hit it hard.
Okay, then Isaki is gonna beat the shit out of the rock.
And that's the start of your training montage, as Dibok focuses on first helping you vent out all the frustration and bitterness. In about the same way that about the only way that he could think of that a child could. And over the next 20 or so years, it progresses from just simply coming out and whacking things to then teaching you form in doing so, to then teaching you patience, hardiness, exercise, nutrition, faith, as he starts to teach you about what his purpose here is on the material plane, what is the purpose of his followers, who you slowly start to meet, and who you become part of the family of. It's a small collection of faithful that stay here. It's somewhere between, it fluctuates as people come and go, as you find that many of them are wanderers, despite their earthy nature and the earthy nature of your god. You meet them, you find some solace and companionship. You meet others like you who were stubborn, bitter, angry, feeling unwelcome in other parts of their life. As he teaches you rigor, discipline, faith, and the many virtues that it takes to be a priest of Dibok. And that's where we jump to the next section. Mallory.
Aye. Hello.
Mallory, there is rarely a day for you that could be called a good day. There is simply the days that are a little less shit, if you have to be honest. You spend a lot of your time locked up underground and getting jabbed by things, occasionally being thrown food. It's not a nice life. But there are some moments that are decent, or that you could consider shining rays of hope. The most consistent of those would be your sister Emily. You're not, as I understand it, you're not totally familiar with your whole situation, or what the hell you are, or why you're kept down here. Only that your father is abusive. Your mother is barely ever present. You are kept down in a dungeon, while your sister is kept in a plush room. And yet she comes down here as often as she can manage, bringing you extra food, comfort, helping to keep quiet the voices of the others that are kept down here. She's a source of comfort and familiarity in a very dark and cold life. Which is why it's a little bit, well, more than a little bitter, when everything is thrown into chaos. The manor shakes, even down here into the foundations in the basement, as people come, servants, though they rarely ever serve you, rush around, some of them coming down here into the hall, into the basement. One in particular who you recognize as being the personal nanny of your sister comes down under the order that you hear the shouting orders of your father upstairs, saying to block the door, keep them out. The nanny wraps you in a dress, the nicest dress you've ever worn. If you're going to be honest. Normally you're kept in rags or in loose clothing that has been torn and tattered, or hand-me-downs from your sister, if they can ever deign to give you that. You are swaddled in a fine dress and a bonnet to hide your horn, and you are practically dragged off your feet up the stairs and into your sister's room, which you've only visited a scant couple times. Your sister, however, is nowhere to be seen, as you are simply left there as you are told to wait, to not move until someone comes to get you. And you wait. 5, 10, 15 minutes. The sounds outside are getting louder. The orange glare coming through the stained glass windows, brighter. You smell smoke. The crack of wood and the shattering of glass off in the distance, growing bit by bit ever closer. And then the doorknob turns as you sit upon the springy, feathery bed. Door creaks open ever so slightly, and slipping between the doors, the ever as small and fragile, but still somehow titanically strong in comparison to yourself, stands Emily, with what looks to be something bundled in her arms, and that same soft, reassuring smile she always wears. Mallory, come here quick.
Mallory stands up and walks over to Emily without even the slightest hesitation.
Good. The nanny will be here quickly to pick you up. She unfastens the bonnet from your head, and then strips the dress off of you, leaving you in your undergarments, and then throws a loose white tunic over you, and then a inconspicuous brown cloak, which she then wraps around your shoulders, fastens tight, and then pulls the hood over your head. She then pulls on the bonnet herself, the dress, and then just putting 2 hands on your cheeks, in a small, soothing voice says, "You're going to be okay."
What's going on?
Bad people are getting what they deserve, which is why you can't stay here. You just need to wait a
What
little.
about you?
I'll be okay. She then pats you once on the shoulder and says, I'm gonna go make sure Mom and Dad are okay. Stay here for a bit. The nanny will come by and get you. I promise you, you're going to be okay. And she then gives you a gentle kiss on the forehead and slips out the door. There's a finality about the clicking when the door shuts. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, he waits. He waits for anyone to come by, pick him up.
The nanny, as you recognize her, as usual, this time stripped of any frippery, no hoop skirt, no frilly dress, is dressed only in a set of road leathers and a cloak much like yours, grabs you gently, far gentler than she has ever had before, especially when she just dragged you off a moment ago. Says, you must be off. You have an avenue of escape, but only for so long, as she then begins to pull you out the door.
Mallory walks along with her. He doesn't utter a word. He never does. He just goes along with everything the people much bigger than him throw to him, pull him. It's not like it's anything new. He's just expecting something different this time. For one reason or another. He just doesn't know what.
As tends to be his lot in life. As we jump back, Mir.
Yeah.
Your head is killing you. Your fur is soaked. It smells of seawater. As you feel yourself being dragged along, and there's that awful feeling of sand caked in your fur.
Oh.
As you're then pulled upright and placed against something solid. And a couple older looking gentlemen, one an elf and one a dwarf. One looks you in the eyes, the other inspects your body and goes, "Wow, this is a fine state of affairs you found yourself in." So the elf kind of inspects you and goes, "Oh, well, your head's all right, looks like."
Doesn't feel alright.
"Oh, well, might have to bring you to a healer if we can. Come on, let's get you going." As he then hefts you up and fireman carries you over his shoulders. You're left in much the same groggy state. The elf and dwarf are conversing back and forth, but it kind of slurs into a mush as your senses wobble. A little time passes. You were rescued by a couple of fishermen who bring you back to their village. And
that's really nice.
Yeah, that is very nice of them. But when you're sat down and you're tended to and your head is wrapped in bandages, as well as the various lacerations on your body, you're left with the first quiet moment in a while as the reality of what happened before comes crashing down on you. How does Mia react?
I mean, Miara spends a good part if he's secluded weeping, because obviously his brother wasn't fished out, or he as soon as he got a bit more to his senses, he asked around if they found another cat around somewhere in the water.
They would have come back negative.
His best guess is, I mean, that Maui is dead, or at least taken away by the cruel waters. And he spends a good time weeping first. He lost their treasure. He lost his brother. He's not in a good place.
The fishers, for a good amount of time leave you to your grief. Then, well, I mean, how long is he going to spend grieving? Is Mir the type to be pulled down and...
Not really, not really. He spends like a good part of a few days, and it hits sometimes hard, but he tries to, as soon as he is a bit, healed, can work again, at least some easy work. He's asking around if he can help the fishers, if he can help around the town to pay for his stay and for the healing and everything.
The fishermen and the villagers taking a bit of pity on you, but also when you've healed up and you've gotten back to full capabilities, also come to appreciate having a able body, especially since many of the fishers here tend to be on the older side.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. He was already, kind of scratching around even before he was fully healed, getting a bit impatient.
The stubborn type with that doesn't like to sit around and sit still.
Yeah.
And they come to appreciate it because this is obviously a village that doesn't see a lot of children, a lot of the younger generation. It's a lot of older people, and many of the young people that are born and live and are raised here tend to depart sometime around their adult years. You're something of an adopted grandchild to the village after a point. They just spend a lot of the time helping folks, running things here and there, helping to pull nets out of the water, and you're given your fair share of gold and fish as recompense. And time passes like that. But like you said, Mir isn't the sort to sit still, is he?
Yeah, definitely not.
So, situated here in a fishing village on the coast of Nomaria. Well, your brother, Maori, may be gone. May or may not. Likelihood points to is. But there is most certainly one thing that isn't gone. Question is, how are you going to get it back?
Just getting away from the village. As much as I appreciate their help, and as much as I like living there, and maybe when the light is returned, I will come back, but waiting for trading ships or anything else.
And it is with some bittersweetness that the villagers and the fishers bid you adieu, but they understand that you can't stay here forever. They're used to their children departing after a time. They know what they know what it's like to say goodbye, and they hold no ill will against you for it. And so it is at some point that you depart on a ship, on a small ship fishing frigate, and eventually find yourself on the island of Holwick, which you would know to be a island common for its monasteries and for its enclaves. And it's there, well, you seek out strength and teachers and spend quite a bit of time bouncing between different monasteries, learning from different teachers. Philosophy, religion, self-improvement, as well as a good bit of exercise, running up and down the many craggy cliffs and hillsides and many staircases and lugging old tomes, helping out. Every once in a while you sit in, observe a martial arts lesson. Never really sticking with one, paying attention to one teacher in particular. Nothing really ever seems to stick with you. Except for one thing. Every monastery brews its own specialty. And so many nights spent helping and spectating also found you sitting and drinking with the monks and the priests and the paladins that inhabit the island. It's just something where you've become something of a local known figure. And now it is something of a phenomenon where people call going from monastery to monastery, trying the different drinks, a Miar crawl.
What an honor.
Yep. So you've gotten fit. You've become well regarded. You've gained a affinity, a capability with martial arts, and an affinity for alcohol. Eventually, you start to try to kind of blend that in a little bit, and you find you're a little too rigid, a little too tense most of the time. But alcohol lets you slacken up just a little bit enough that you can start pulling off some really wicked maneuvers. You think you found your style. And so it's after discovering all of that, and refining yourself a little bit, that you think you fulfilled your purpose on this island. And once more, you hop a ship. This time, you don't know quite where you're going. It's going to let the winds take you where you go. Because the light, honestly, could be anywhere a sailor might sail.
Yep.
So
But always keeping his ear peeled.
Exactly. And so it is. Miar sets sail, off in search of the light, and perhaps in search of himself.
Yep.
Karya.
Present he is.
You awaken curled up inside. Well, for one, you feel freezing cold. And it's not quite as dark as it was before, which hurts a little bit. It feels a little unsafe, like you're naked. And as your eyes open, you find yourself sitting in a small cavern, smaller, ringed by eggs. You're inside the hatchery, surrounded by eggs, many of which have gone dim. The life inside winked out as the cold took them. But you would have to assume their heat in their final moments was also what kept you warm and stopped you from dying of frostbite and hypothermia. You're caked in a small layer of snow, and there's a little bit of ice hanging from your eyelashes, but you're alive. What do you do?
Well, Kari at first is going to he's going to get up quickly and look around. Mainly in a panic, he's going to kind of start going, no, 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 and try and find any semblance of life through the eggs first and foremost. Is just the first signs of life that he can.
The cave system is unnaturally silent. There is no sound of claws against stone. There's no padding of feet. There's no skittering of rocks being kicked out of the way, as you've come to know. The inhabitants are usually deathly quiet on their own. They don't speak very much. There's the odd chittering of a kobold, or the hiss of a dragon, or mumbling, quiet conversation from one of the slaves or from one of your fellow half-dragons. It's utter silence. Everything is snow white as you look around. Everything is frozen in one terrible moment as you take in the things outside the cavern. Orthos's body lays stricken on the floor, covered in ice. Bodies everywhere, plastered to the wall, frozen in place. Mountains of kobolds dead against the wall. Humans, and even the body of your own mother lays collapsed, deathly pale, covered, entombed in a thin layer of clear ice. Digging through snow and ice and using your claws to pry sheets of permafrost out of the way, you scramble through the hatchery, hoping to find something to rescue. And so it's when your claws trace over one small patch under the ice that's somewhat warmer or less cold than the rest. You have a moment, like a thunder shock of relief that goes through you. Something that's not freezing cold and devoid of life. Then peel it away and find only about the size of your fist. A small egg under the shimmering, iridescent light reflecting off of the snow and the ice. It has patches that fade from black to a deep purple to mauve to others. It's small, it pulses with life. It glows with a small purple pulse. One egg, one child, one charge of your duty has survived the catastrophe that came upon you. And as you clutch it in your hand, there's this electric moment of connection as not sight, but feeling of some sort as you feel the world around you light up. And the next thing you know, you're standing freezing, whipped by a blizzard, as clutched to your chest is the egg, and you stand feeling renewed and with something standing at the foot of the mountain. It looks so strange being down here. As something then bumps against your thigh.
Kara will, of course, instinctively he'll pull the egg a little closer as soon as he feels something touch him, but then he looks down just kind of as quickly as he can, trying to find the source of it.
About the size of a large dog, I will say. Seems almost the spitting image, infantile in scale, but mirror-like in resemblance to Orthos, though stockier and wider in proportion. Perhaps slightly thicker scales and a broader head, stands a wingless purple dragon that looks up at you expectantly.
Kara will take a little hop back at first. He's not too sure exactly what he's looking at. But even then, again, the whole time, his concern is more with keeping the egg close rather than trying to fight this thing off. So as he scoots back, he goes, in his natural tongue, he speaks in Draconic, goes, hi?
Greetings. It sort of like hisses back, sounding like a mix between a snake and a crocodile.
Well, you don't, if you don't mind me saying, you don't look like you made it out in one piece. Did you make it out in one piece?
It sort of cants its head to the side, seeming to consider what you just said, and then points its nose towards the egg you're clutching. And then it trots towards you, and then dissolves into this purple mist-like light that then converges and it goes back into the egg.
Karia will kind of reflect for a moment at what kind of trip just happened. He's never seen a phenomenon like this before in the 18 years of his life that he spent taking care of these eggs and being around them. He'll then kind of put two and two together after a moment of thought and raise the egg up to his face and just kind of whisper, are you alive in there? Can you understand me?
It takes a moment, but then there is a small purple pulse from the egg.
Well, you know, that he'll kind of pause for a moment and take a deep breath. It's not something I'm used to actually talking with, well, pretty much anyone, but I guess we're the only ones left. So do you have a name?
There's another moment, and then there's 2 pulses.
Kari is kind of quickly realizes, oh, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, I see. And stumbles over himself for a minute and goes, well, I'm Karia. I don't really have a last name unless you want to give me Dad's, whatever you can call him.
2 pulses. Very insistent feeling pulses.
Well, yeah, I can't blame you for that one. He wasn't that great of a guy. Well, I could give you a name. It's not much. It doesn't mean much coming from me, but it's better than nothing.
There is a moment and then a single pulse.
All right. Kari is gonna stop and think for a moment. He's kind of taking this all in, and he realizes in that instance that he's never really been given a responsibility anything further than just keep the eggs alive. And now that he's holding what could possibly be the last and final fruits of his labor, he inspects the egg and digs back into his memory banks of his draconic tongue, of which he really only knows fragmented at best. He can understand it, and he goes, Vair, hidden, a riddle. You're the last one, and if it weren't for you hiding with me, I don't think you would have made it. Is that okay?
A single. You get this impression of a joyous pulse.
Then Vair it is. And you can call me whatever you want. Like I said, my mother gave me the name Karia, but well, like I said, it was the kid living under the mountain, and now we're out here, and it's a whole new world for both of us, Vair. So, at the very least, let's keep each other company, and I promise I'll keep you safe.
One last solid pulse, like a heartbeat. Like life flowing through the both of you. So, and then the light once more filters out of the egg, and the draconian shape takes form. As it then takes up a position right next to you, head high, on the lookout.
Karia will turn and give him a solemn nod. He's almost, this is the first time in his entire life that he's actually felt companionship. He didn't really make too much of an impact, as it were, when he was down in the cave, and now more than ever, he feels like that now that he has it, he does not want to lose it. He turns to Vair and speaks simply, well, I don't think we're going to make much progress out here. I don't really know where we're going, but I'm pretty sure the first step should be, let's both get us out of the cold, huh?
There's a nod from the Drake as you both set off. The next few months of your life are tumultuous, as well as then there are moments of tumult, ensconced in long passages of boredom, as well as fighting against the elements. The topography of the whatever nation you are currently in is not very welcoming to life. Out here in the open, It is fraught with cold, jagged rocks, steep hill and mountainsides. The forests are fraught with creatures which are not happy to give up what safe haven they managed to eke out there. So it is with grit and with some regret that you must learn to fight and survive. And you, along with Vair, manage to do just that. The two of you make a good team, and you operate in synchronicity that is downright supernatural. You fight, you survive. You discover that you're the only one of the two of you that needs to eat. So you have two mouths that can fight, but only one that needs to eat. Meaning you are something of an advantage, as you have the benefits of a companion, but none of the drawbacks. It is after some time that you manage to break out of the wilderness and find some semblance of civilization as you near the shore, the ocean side of this land. And as you draw closer, you find people. And they are nothing like the people you know. Not the broken form of your mother, not the indolent and frightened and cowering slaves like her, not the haughty half-dragons, or not the haughty kobolds or draconids or dragons that lived with you. Not even the half-dragons who consider themselves above the slaves but below the dragons. People here are different, fiercely independent, and opportunistic. So it is when you come across some of these people, or even some of the animals, some of them see a dragon egg, and they think, payday. Some of them see your wings spread when you come into a town to seek shelter and harbor. Perhaps they'll leave you alone and just let you sleep in a barn or something. Sometimes you spread your wings, and people have seen what you are. People have seen the egg or you, and see money in it. Sometimes you've had to defend yourself, usually when it was a lone assailant, or maybe two. You've learned the advantages of keeping someone at a distance, so you've picked up the spear, particularly because it helps you keep them away from your egg, while Vair runs interference. And sometimes you get into a town. The opportunists tend to come out in the wilderness or in small settlements. It's when a couple times you come into a larger town. And you think you're safe for a while, but you soon find yourself on the bad end of a mob, usually led by someone in fine-looking gown emblazoned with a blazing sword, that decry you as corrupted, dark, filth, the things below. And you very quickly find yourself outnumbered, outclassed, and desperately in need of flight. So you and Vair very quickly retreat. So you don't really find yourself being accepted. Not readily, not at all. You're on your own. You and Vair. It's just you two, as you continue winding your way, trying to find some way out of this frozen hellhole. Until you finally reach the coast. And it is very different. Not as hard-bitten, but most certainly... how to describe it? But normally the settlements inland are hard-bitten and extremely... what do you call it? People there are extremely selfish, to put it, for lack of a better phrasing. Here, there is this air of shoulder-to-shoulder tightness that almost feels like what the slaves had going back in the pits. It's hard to compare because it's not really a good comparison, but it's the closest thing you got. This town is filled with Firbolg, which is to say they are giant humanoids, not the typical Faerun, we call it 5e cow people. I feel the need to distinguish that because this is the Firbolg of the previous editions, where they are tall Celtic giants, or giant kin, as well as many dwarves. This port town is large, built tall and wide, and is almost frighteningly mercantile. Where before the people were selfish, here, people look at you, and they look at you strangely, but they don't give a damn who you are. Nobody's here trying to witch hunt you. Nobody's running you off. Anytime you ask for assistance, or anytime you look at someone frightfully, or anytime you just try to enter somewhere, you're stopped and ask, where's your money? Anytime you want help, they ask, how much are you willing to give me? And you feel like, well, I can make this work. It's not really necessarily your cup of tea. What do you think? What is your input on this situation?
Honestly, Karya feels better here than he'd felt in the months he spent traveling, and in a sense, he even feels better than when he was under the mountain. It was always about what Karya could give, but it was never about what he would get in return, other than being alive. And that tight-knit sense where your upbringing and who you were before you got here didn't matter. It's a place of peace for him. And frankly, it's something that Karya himself would jump at the chance to have some semblance of what he always dreamed of, which is mattering, but being able to get something back out of that too.
Excellent. Well, being a strong, able-bodied young man with a lineage that lends itself to being itself also stronger than typically expected, I will say, you very quickly find yourself approached for labor jobs. Seeing that you have seemingly no money on your person besides what you may have had on yourself, or you may have scavenged off the few people you have killed, and whether or not you had the presence of mind to loot them, or if you simply moved on guilt-ridden, up to you. But you find yourself propositioned. You've got no money, but you have something to offer in a port town full of shit that needs moving. So, you were offered a position, or at least a job, as a porter, or a, what's it called again? I forget. Basically as a porter. Moving things on and off boats. And you earn some coin, and after a while, you got enough that you're able to pay for passage out of this place. A peculiarity about this area of the world is it is 9 months out of the year cut off from the rest of the world by something called the Frozen Wall. You hear a lot about this while you're here. 3 months out of the year, the summer months, the wall melts enough that the dwarven turtle ships, known as ice crackers, these are purpose-built. These are hardy, strong, with flamethrowers on the front and a tough steel prow reinforced with magical metals, and a battery of very strong dwarves in the hold, rowing the boat at high speed, or high enough speed, that they're able to crack through the ice and clear a passage for other boats coming through, and that's how they open up trade to the rest of the world, to and from. And it is during those summer months you're able to finally get passage out of this frozen hellscape and just find yourself drifting. Eventually, you find yourself a peculiarity that is lost on you, being pretty much raised by wolves in all senses but a few, is the fact that you are on a dwarven turtle ship with dwarven pirates. There's a few times where the boat you're on halts to stop and shake down merchant vessels they happen across as they're making their way back to their home, Yucatan. There are many instances where you're brought up to the deck to haul cargo from the merchant ships and are essentially an accessory to piracy, or privateering, as the dwarves prefer to refer to it. And eventually, with a cargo hold full of traded and illicitly gained goods, you land at Yucatan. The life there is itself strict and structured, and not entirely welcoming to non-dwarves, as it is a primarily dwarven island. When they're not hostile, but they're not necessarily welcoming to other species. You find yourself moving on after that. And it is then that you find yourself landing somewhere else that we will come back to in a bit.
Wonderful.
Lemusi. After quite a bit of stumbling through the wild, you are almost literally spat out as you find yourself in a temperate-looking meadow. You see villages in the distance, deciduous trees in the season of summer. It's warm, it's sunny, you're sweating. You swear the plants behind you are laughing at you. Yeah, this feels about right. So, what do you want to do? Do you just want to pick a direction and float, or do you have anything in particular you want to accomplish? Jules?
Julian, you're muted.
Whoops, sorry about that. I have Lucy has no direction to go. Just kind of going wherever they can.
Okay. Picking a direction and going. You find yourself kind of just bobbing from place to place as you do. Going from town to town. Finding food here and there. Usually at the chagrin of those who previously owned it. You had a fair few, wives swatting you from their windowsills as you make off with a pie.
Sounds about right.
Yep, you pluck fruits from orchards. You make your way as you can. Sometimes you get yourself into trouble. Sometimes your sprite does. Generally speaking, you make do. And you often find yourself being run out of whatever town you settle into for a while by angry bakers, wives with ladles, and the odd guard who decides to actually do something about it. It's after a bit of wandering that you find yourself, weirdly enough, mixed into some bloody conflict that you, well, honestly, I wouldn't think you'd have too much interest in a war, would you?
No.
So yeah, a lot of your time is spent avoiding the conflict. There's lots of burning buildings. There's lots of slaughter, fighting, knights fighting regiments of archers, magic being thrown around. Eventually it all simmers down. There's a few beheadings, and then eventually you find yourself on board of another boat out of the country. And so it is just sort of in this lackadaisical daze, making your way here and there. You find yourself on a boat headed to a destination unknown. More than likely stowed away. Go ahead.
That's all the Lucy really can do, honestly.
Hmm?
They have no goals.
Man. That's relatable. Right. Dexter.
Yes.
It's been a bit now. You're on a hot streak. You're still a bit leery and sometimes have to look over your shoulder, but with this new voice whispering in your ear, you find yourself making strides and advances that you weren't before. Every once in a while, Litho will give you a cheeky wink, saying that she was impressed that you managed to get away with it. She's real happy for you that you're finally back in the seat. You know, she says it exactly like that. And it's at one point that
Pippi's things. I saw Pippi's things, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, and you're back in charge. You're feeling good. You're making strides. Your grades are coming up. The stipends are once more refreshing. And it is because of your sudden, your breakthrough, that one of the professors asks to personally tutor you in the methods of alchemy to potentially, if this goes well, take you as their apprentice if you prove to be sufficiently talented. And this is where things go wrong. Because when you mix the compound as he instructs you to, you notice that one of the compounds you mix in doesn't have the reaction you were expecting. Rather than stabilizing the formula, it begins to froth. And it is the professor who is in the room with you, currently has his back turned, is making notes on something. You're the one looking down to the cauldron as it turns a violent purple and begins to froth and bubble. What do you do?
I'll call for his attention. Or at least try to get his attention from the...
As you do, he goes, what is it, good boy? What is it? As he just kind of like, sort of like dodderingly kind of turns and looks at you over his shoulder.
I think I may have done something wrong.
As he then looks at the cauldron, and there's this moment of puzzlement as his eyes lock on the brew, and then his eyes widen in horror as his hands come up in a sign as he then looks to be bringing up something to try and guard himself, but it's a moment too late.
Oh no.
As a violent, caustic explosion rattles the room, shrapnel from the cauldron flies in every direction. Glass shatters on every inch of the room. Every vial, every alembic in here turns to shards. And they rain, dripping with potions and poisons and all kinds of other creations and mixtures that rain like hail from the sky. The force throws you against the wall. The professor is not so lucky and is slammed to the floor with the force. You come to about a minute later, feeling, well, it's not easy to say. It's agonizing. You feel burning all across your body, in particular your face. As then you see, pulling yourself up from your stupid position, slumped against the wall, you see Litho in the doorway. As there's this look of horror and concern as she looks at you. And she seems to reach through the doorway for a moment as if she was going to go help you. And then she turns to look at something outside the doorway, which you can't see, and says, "Help! Help! A murder's been committed!" And then Litho gives you the side eye and a small grin. Your time's run out. The voice in your head says, "Well, that was just waiting to happen, wasn't it?"
Glad I trusted her.
I'd say it's safe to assume you pick yourself up and you run like hell.
Yeah.
to skip a little bit.
Mhm.
It's been a hard few months. Your wounds have healed, but the scars have not gone away. Your face and your body are ripped with the ordeal you went through. You've managed to remedy some of it with your own mixtures, supplied with the help of the voice inside your head, as well as just time and perhaps the odd potion purchased along the way. They still hurt sometimes.
Mhm.
On the road now, trying to make about as much physical distance from the academy as possible, outrunning the claims and the accusations, which only seem to get worse every time you hear about them in some tavern or inn as you make your way out of the country. And then you stop hearing about them as you pass into another nation, a place of perhaps a little more of a throwback. It's a prairie country inhabited heavily by goblins, many of whom just are perfectly happy to live and let lie. A few times you're allowed to jump into the back of a cart, hiding under a haystack. One particularly kind elderly hobgoblin lets you stay in his home for a little while as you heal and get your energy. But you continue moving, ever paranoid of any pursuers that might be chasing you outside of Thros. And so it is that you continue wandering, not really picking much of a direction except away from home. And that thought burns you. And you eventually find yourself on a ship to places unknown. So we go to Isaki.
There are so many emotions in this campaign already. Okay.
Isaki, it's been a bit. And
20.
Deepak has tried to, over the last couple of decades, both, both convince and drub you into being something of a more, what's the term, a more composed young man than you were in your youth. At the very least, trying to put all that emotion and all that bitterness to productivity and eventually maybe just wring it out of you. Life at the temple and the shrine is not necessarily difficult, but it is rigorous and it is disciplined, and Deepak doesn't really need to punish you when you fuck up. Because there's something about being in the presence of a god with that look of parental disapproval that just sort of impresses upon you, I really don't want to do that again. And he seems very practiced in wielding that. So one part father figure, one part mentor. And many of the others seem to share that same position or feeling about Deepak. Despite looking like a 20-something's man, he carries himself like someone that has been a dad about 99% of his life. But he is also a god, and he has many duties. Sometimes he disappears, going to the celestial plane to speak with his kin about matters. He spends a lot of time officiating and coordinating lesser Kamui, who are in charge of smaller things like a particular gate or a babble or a brook or a boulder. As Kamui are everywhere, they just have different grades. And after a while, I'd like to say he accomplishes shaping you into a decent enough priest or cleric of his faith, instilling upon you the duties as well as the mantras and the wishes that he wishes to pass on. And so it is after a couple of decades of tutoring you, teaching you, leaving you to the tender ministrations of some of your elder priests, which, much like the rock-solid god that you follow, tend to not brook any bullshit. Have I impressed upon you enough how stubborn these people are? Yeah. So you fit right in.
I mean, like a rock, Isaki's very blunt, so yeah.
Yeah. There's very little tiptoeing and walking on eggshells here at the Temple of Dibok. People say things and they get right to the point.
Exacta.
Yep. And after about 20 years, you're summoned once more, as you sometimes are, to Dibok's chamber, where you now find yourself possibly a little bit slack-jawed, as Dibok has decided it's time for you to go on a pilgrimage. As so many of your predecessors here at the temple have done so when they reach a certain level of age, or they've reached journeyman status. And he says he's already booked you a boat out of the country. How do you react?
At hearing that he scheduled him a little voyage over water, fucking Isaki kind of like shrivels up a little bit. The man is not a really huge fan of water or anything that is not connected to solid earth. So he's quite a tad bit frightened at the prospect of that.
He reassures you, don't fear. These ships are one of the Okami Dryad ships. They're possibly the safest vessel you could ever board. You're still scared, aren't you?
Wide-eyed Isaki's just gonna nod his head up and down, up and down, up and down.
One of the downsides of Earth aspected. Right. In that case, little use pussyfooting around. Come on, up you come. As he then stands up, walks to you, and then grabs you under the armpit and hauls you up to your feet.
Okay then. So do I leave now?
Yes. Yes, you do.
I guess I'll go get my things.
No need. Brother Elric has already gathered them all together. He's standing out by the front gate.
Well, that saves me some time.
Yes, it does. I'm sure your family would be very happy to see you again.
That also gets like a confused.
Oh yes. I'm not risking you missing that ship, but at the same time, that vessel's going to take about a night and a day to prepare. So you're going to have to stay the night back at your old hometown.
Gonna be honest, I'm not looking forward to that either, but...
Oh, I'm fully aware, but here's one of the things, Sonny Boy. You had to face your issues. Say hi to your mom for me, as he then punts you out the front door of the shrine.
Actually, like, kicks me out of the fucking shrine.
Like, not like punt kicks, as in he plants his foot to your ass as he turns you around, and then just pushes.
Okay.
Give your mother my regards.
Could you at least have been a little bit more gentle?
He gives you a cocked eyebrows. He says, 20 years, son, and we have not done gentle once.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean, he says, shouting from the lowest step.
Yes, and still no.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, and true to his word, your pack with all your belongings, as well as all loaded up onto a cart, and sitting They're standing at the front gate, and sitting at the front of the cart is the same man that carted you over here 20 years ago, looking not a day older.
Do I know the name of this man?
Yes, Janos.
Yamas?
Janos.
Janos. Okay. Is
He's
this like my first time seeing him in years?
yes, it is.
He's gonna sort of pick himself up into the car and he's gonna say, "Well, I haven't seen you in quite a while."
Yeah, you think that was for a reason?
Yeah.
Have you at least wiped the snot off your nose? Please tell me you have.
I mean, I think I have.
Yes.
Don't feel anything.
He just snorts at that and says, "All right, come on, load up."
And he will do so.
It's only about a couple hours ride, and you eventually are back at your home. Do I have a name for it? Yeah, you're back at your hometown. You are unceremoniously once more kicked off the cart as you were before. Do you take your time like you did 20 years ago?
Say again?
Do you take your time getting off the cart like you did 2 decades ago?
No. Isaki will just immediately just sort of pick up his things and just jump off.
There's a little of well, you're not quite sure what from the driver as he then himself jumps off the cart and starts undoing the horses and says, "Oh, you have changed."
Well, it has been 20 years.
Oh, you'd be surprised how long it takes for elves and half-elves to change. Well, at least we know Dibok does good work. And so yeah, you are now standing in a town, perhaps more accurately a city, composed of angular architecture as well as built into humongous trees. Most of them are, what is it? Forget it. All right, cedar trees. Yes, many cedar trees, some willow trees. There's this town, which is nominally run by the many dryads that founded the many clans. You can tell which quarters are more belonging to the different clans by the type of tree that populates it most heavily. Because, of course, each type of different dryad found a different clan. So, that's a matter of fact. And so, yes, as you find yourself here, you got the evening and the rest of the night to spend until next morning when the boat will be ready.
This is going to be a really weird question, but what type of food was Isaka used to at the temple?
At the temple? Fruits of the season, root vegetables, the odd bit of meat. Mostly fish, though. A lot of fish, a lot of root vegetables, fruit, and rice. A lot of rice. Simple, basic eating.
So, depending on the type of day, if there's any even open, the first thing he's going to do is immediately go find a food stall or some sort of marketplace to get something to eat. Hasn't been home in 20 years. He wants something that reminds him of it, at least.
Okay.
Even though it's quite foreign to him now.
Yeah. So, where you are deposited, you quickly find a food stall. One that is selling candied fruit.
Oh, like the ones we talked about.
Yes. Yes, exactly like the ones we talked about. You know this to be tanghulu, which, might not be the right way to pronounce it, but fuck me, I don't know. It is a series of hawthorn fruits on a skewer, candied and cooked.
Who is the individual operating the stand?
You don't know him.
Oh, but like what are they exactly?
Oh, it's a half elf in typical brown working robes. She looks to be maybe mid-teens,
Okay, excuse me, ma'am. May I have? I'm sorry. Do I know the name of these?
Yes, you do.
Okay. And how do you say it again?
Tanghulu.
Tanhulu. May I have? Do you know what? I haven't been here in a while. May I have 2 sticks of Tanhulu, please?
After an exchange of some currency, and she hands the 2 skewers over. Yeah. You're now holding 2 skewers of candied fruit.
He's just gonna like hold them one in each in both of his hands. He's just gonna start munching away, like sort of as he starts to. I suppose he has free lodging at his mom's place, right? Or does he
Yep.
have to go find his own place? Okay.
I mean, it's your home. It's your ancestral home.
So he's gonna be munching on those 2 sticks while he begins to start kind of slowly walking back to his original home.
Totally not putting it off.
Yeah, totally not put. He may not purposely be doing it. He might just be enjoying this little snack he got on the way a little bit more, and that's why he's going a little slow.
Okay. Yeah.
Might be a mix of both.
To speed things up a little bit, you arrive back at your ancestral home. It's set into a large hawthorn tree, which you know to be your mother's tree. Coming inside, the tree and the home is more habitated than it was when you left. There's more people kicking around. There's more activity. The front hall is more decorated. The tree has been expanded with small side rooms and things like that. And there's outside buildings in the compound. So as you finish the second skewer, and you finally come up to the home, your mother sees you entering and greets you with a small smile as she sees the young man you've grown into. And so the coming evening and night, as I'm going to gloss over this a little bit so we don't spend too much time on it, is both bittersweet, heartwarming, and exceedingly awkward. As a woman that you have not spoken to in 20 years, besides the odd time that she's happened by the temple visiting Dibak, but then your conversations were brief and generally, at least in the earlier years, were very one-sided and bitter. As Dibak still took time to try and work that out of you. It's not, I wouldn't say necessarily tender, because she's kind of a bit of a stranger to you at this point. As much of your family, some of your extended relatives recognize your name, as well as you being her son, and they treat you with the proper respect. Many don't recognize you at all, and it's a lot of, hey, you remember great uncle so-and-so? And it's like, yeah, I totally remember him from 20 years ago after we didn't speak a single word to each other. That kind of family reunion. And
I don't remember any of you.
Yeah, it's a lot of that, a lot of eating old comfort foods from when you were a kid. A lot more flavor and spice involved in this. Back at the temple, it was very basic stuff, not a lot of spice involved. Enjoy that much. And the night passes. When the morning comes, goodbyes are said. The ship is loading up. You've got maybe another 10 minutes or so. How does Isuki say goodbye to his mother?
Oh, shit.
Or does he at all?
If anything, well, it's still hell a lot awkward for him to do so. Is she at like the sort of the pier with him or something like that to see him go, or
if you haven't invited her to go with you. You're standing at the estate.
At the estate. Oh, okay. I thought that was at the pier. Okay. Dang, this is really hard. Well, it wasn't just about a day, but thank you for the lodgings and stuff like that. I mean, of course, it's family stuff, but you know what I mean. It was supposedly, I suppose it was nice to see you again. It's been about 20 years. We haven't really talked all that much, and when we did, it was quite bitter. But then again, I was a stupid little kid back then, so.
Oh, Isaki. You've changed so much. You've barely changed at all. She just sort of fondly pats you on the cheek and goes, "Go out, find yourself."
I'll attempt to do so, I think. Now, if I die, I'll die of a heart attack on the way across the ocean. Still not looking forward to that, by the way.
She kind of gives you an odd look as you say that, and then says, "Well," she's sort of like doing this sort of holding this prim, proper visage, but also at the same time kind of struggling for something to say. It's about as awkward for her as it is for you. And she then says, there's this moment of like, you recognize this because you've done it a few times before when you're talking to some of the other disciples. And you've seen it on their faces too, where someone is considering something to say. And there's this moment of, you know what, I probably shouldn't say this. And then the words roll off their mouth before their filter can kick in. And then she says, "Well, do be sure to bring me back some grandchildren." And then there's this almost instant look of regret on her face. She just kind of turns around with her robe sleeve over her mouth and just walks back into the hall.
Something my actual mom would say to me.
So yeah, she strides back into the hall, shuts the door behind herself.
Well, now I have to be a father now. Oh, great. And Isaki is gonna awkwardly, little, I guess, red on his face. He's gonna awkwardly straw the fucking straw the state into the pier.
Cool. And with that,
I was contemplating kid names just in case something happened.
Oh boy, he's taking this seriously. Nice. As you load up onto the ship, your pack in tow. And yeah, the ship, you know, these are dryad ships. These are tall, wide. They are also in place of a proper sail. Well, I'll say, at the heart of each of these ships is grown from a dryad's tree. The dryad urges it to grow in a particular shape. It forms into a full-on tree, which grows with time and becomes bigger. Eventually, the tree becomes nestled within the bilge, with like an area open to allow sun in, and a large sail. Several sails, after a while, pop out of the deck, with large leaf-like structures in place of sails. These things are truly huge and impressive, and at the heart of each one is a dryad that captains it. These are living ships, built previously, before the Okami people came to this section of the world, as colony ships, where a ship would land, take root, and a city would spring up around it. Now, these ships are used to ferry back and forth, as the Okami have found that many, that while this place was fairly unpopulated when they came, other sections of this part of the world are not. And so mostly they participate in transport, mercantile activities, and goodwill missions. You load up onto one of these ships with much the same purpose, set for an island known as Tricus, which is a small mercantile island just south of the Castpond theocracy. And that is where we leave off. Isaki standing on the deck of a truly massive ship, dozens of feet above the surface of the water, bobbing on the waves. With Isaki more than likely dreading the passage as he feels his connection to the earth cut.
He's currently, like, I guess in his room, just like fucking underneath the covers like a fucking scared child and shit.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so we have lastly Mallory.
Yes.
You and the nanny have been holed up in a safe house, waiting out the riots and the fires. After a while of waiting, as the conflict dies down, the nanny pulls you out back into the streets of your family's city, of your family's duchy, capital of the duchy, I should say. You feel yourself ill at ease as you start to make your way down the street and eventually find yourself mixing into a crowd, something wholly unfamiliar to you. As you then led through, you hear jeering, shouting in several different languages. And then a voice cuts through the talking. Hear ye, hear ye. The crowd settles down, begins to move a bit, separate a little bit. Some people making way so others can see through. You see what looks to be a stage at the center of a plaza. Only this stage has what looks to be crane arms? No. Gibbets. With nooses hanging from them. There's also a platform with a block and a bucket in front of it, soaked in blood. As what you recognize to be Asimar, those who once ruled this city, this theocracy, are led up onto the stage. They are backlit by the smoke and the smoldering fires of the city. As you see also in the background, the shattered estate of your home. As more Asimar are lit up, some put up under the gibbets, some by the execution block. Tried for crimes against the people, and found most guilty. The blood of Charmaine shall be spilt here upon this stage, and their wickedness put to rest forevermore. No quarter shall be given, and all their lines shall be found and put to the blade. There is shouts of approval. The crowd riles up and begins to froth as they call and bay and scream for the blood of Charmaine, the blood of the Asimars, the many different families who ruled the different duchies of the theocracy. Every single person in the crowd screams for their blood to be spilled. And so it is after a few rounds of people being executed on the stage. You notice your nanny is, a few times you glance up at her, looking at the stage with a hard, stony look. Till eventually, a small figure is led up onto the stage. One you recognize. As ever, Emily is wearing that same small, reassuring smile as she almost instantly picks you out of the crowd, probably owing to the brown hood you were wearing, where none other are covering their faces. She gives you that same smile, and then her lips work as the crier once more calls out the crimes that she and your family committed, supposedly, that you could never believe that she would commit any such crimes against the people. And as she is led to the chopping block, she mouths 2 words to you. Correction, she mouths 3 words to you. I love you. Your nanny, when Emily's hood or bonnet is pulled off, recoils in shock, barely manages to keep her composure. You, I assume, are in no better place. As Emily's head and neck are put onto the block, the axe comes high, shining in the embers of the burning city. And then your nanny's hand clamps around your eyes as she pulls you to look away. And there's that as something rattles into the bucket. And you hear a small voice inside your head say, "Run away." As your nanny's strong arm wraps around your shoulder, pulls you, as bodily drags you out of the crowd. And your next few weeks are spent moving, constantly moving, barely keeping with reality, almost constantly disassociated. You're always on the move. Your nanny barely ever speaks a word to you except when absolutely necessary, and much of the time she barely can stand to look you in the eyes. Till eventually, you're led to a small port on the very southern tip of the duchies. One moment, I need to mute.
Bro, what the fuck, my heart?
We're really going through it right now, aren't we? The fuck?
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage!
Are you fellas
Okay.
okay?
I am back.
No!
Oh, good.
We're all back.
I'm back. We're almost
Sorry.
running out the prologue. Right. So, as you eventually find yourself at the port. A small port by the name of Hobble Rock, where you are placed in front of a small ship and handed over to the ship's captain. As the nanny, for the last time, looks you in the eyes and says, "This is where we part ways. I'm sure my lady would have preferred that I stick with you, guard you, keep you safe." She seems to almost break down at this. "But I cannot look someone in the eyes stands as a testament to my failure to her." And she then turns and walks down the street, disappearing into the crowd. The captain basically grabs you by the scruff of the neck, leads you onto the ship, and you're put down in the hold. You're barely aware enough to hear something about passage being already paid. And then the ship sets sail. As you sit in the hold, clutching the very last item that your sister gave you, a small blood-red amulet hanging from your neck on a silver chain. The voice that has been speaking to you since you left that execution soothes and reassures you and says, "You'll be okay. I promise." And so the prologue ends. First of all, if anybody would wish to go do a quick bathroom break, now is most certainly the time. Anybody wants to take a short break? We'll take 5 minutes to let that all soak in, and for me to go to the absolute fucking laundry list of people that followed. Holy shit, guys! What?
Yeah, we got a whole lot of people.
Wait, how
Wait,
many people did we
what?
get?
Let's see. Tora, Meppa Coin Watcher, Shawody Wody Wody, which is my brother. Unseen Assassin, Prodigal Piccolo.
That's my friend Zaria.
Nice. Prodigal Piccolo, who is the previous one I wanted to invite, but she got busy and got invited into a campaign before I could get her. Let's see. She also has a game, I think, later today. Ouroboros Project, or Ouroboros Project. Cyberfox Moe. Thodacy. Thank you, Matt.
That is him.
I think that's.
I'm so sorry. What was that?
Thodacy.
Oh yeah, I am Thodacy. Odysseus was taken.
I guess. Your boy Gandalf 1, Jojo Salinaru, Narracane, who did my 3D model. She's wonderful. Doris Rito, and Adelax DC. Thank you all very much for following. I hope you guys are enjoying. I hope you guys are enjoying the story so far. I know it's a little bit broken up when we're jumping from character to character, but I promise everything's about to converge.
Convergence.
I'm fucking depressed now. Thank you, Mallory.
Oh god,
We're going through it.
Yeah, when I first read,
Writing it was different.
when Mallory, or I should say, what do you call it? When Sully first pitched me the backstory to Mallory, the caveat they gave was, this might be a little bit dark. I apologize. Something to that effect. And I was like, yeah, I've read some really edgy shit in my time, both like writing fanfic and reading other people's fanfics when they asked me to edit, things like that. Having any time on Tumblr. And I was like, yeah, no, this gets pretty dark. I'd say going through all that, being kept in a basement with some really dark shit in there, and eventually having to watch the execution of the one person you care about. Yeah, that's trauma.
That's a bit off.
That's like distilled, boiled down into like easy to drink. What do you call it? Easy to drink soup trauma.
Thank you.
I didn't expect to already have 2 targets.
Yeah, really.
I mean,
Oh boy.
Peppy's
That's
counting
special.
grandchildren as a target.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fucking Isaki's over here on his boat, like when he's not freaking out, he's writing down names like for any possible kids he might have. Just
God.
Objective 1, fuck. Objective 2, kill the oppressors.
Oh no.
oppressor.
Hey, all I know is
Hey, it's Moody.
Ooh,
Thank you for
Moody.
following.
Thank
Hey, Muddy.
Thank you.
What's it called? All I know is Lamusi gives no fucks. All
He's
they're
lost.
for is they're lost, and all they care about is their next meal.
Everyone's like, my whole family is dead. I survived an apocalypse event. I've never been out of my home before. Oh, and then Lemos is like, yeah, I just kind of rolled up here, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how I feel about it. I think y'all are sad.
Yo, you guys got some nice food. I'm starved.
Y'all got this shit to work out. It's not my problem.
Yeah.
The best way to fix familial relationships, have kids.
Yeah. Other people are like, Loomis is stuck on objective survive, and then there's what do you call it? Isaki who's on objective procreate.
Exactly.
Mommy dearest gave me my first mission.
Oh
I haven't
God.
seen her for 20 years.
Nice.
I'm gonna do
Fulfill
my
it.
best. Yeah.
I must fulfill it.
Talking about mommy
Isaki
issues.
more than likely would probably just adopt a kid than actually like fuck.
You can adopt
Here,
Arya,
child.
he's
Just
sad.
Be like Kazuma Kiryu. Canonically never have sex.
I'm sorry guys, I was stone chastity belt on.
The Earth Mother becomes the Earth Mommy.
Unloose impenetrable.
Oh God.
Jesus. Anyway, is everybody okay to keep going?
Yeah, I can keep going for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
All right, let us resume. Right, let me switch over to the world map.
You damn me out, me cat.
So.
What?
Oh, whoops, I wasn't muted. Whoopsies.
Yep. So,
Damn it, Julia.
To trace a path, as I show you all now the world map and explain nothing, to trace a path
Wonderful.
for each of the individual folks as they made their way through the world. We'll start with, as we did before, Miar. Miar started off on this little island here. I'll click it and ping that little island there. Got thrown off the lighthouse, got whipped around by the very tough, by the very strong currents that live there between the two continents. Eventually ended up on the shores of Nomaria, and then on a ship to Holwick there, that island, and eventually found himself on a ship to eventually lead here.
Where is here?
Shift click.
Welcome to Strosbeck.
Oh, it moved.
Yes.
No one's probably gonna get that joke.
Let's see. Lemusi was basically found himself somewhere in this section here, stumbling out of a forest, and then found himself through duchies and that's it. Tricus. Right, who was? All right. Karia was up here in the north. There. Found his way through the frozen water, which is this section here. And then sailing through this area to Hukatan, which is this section. This is the home of the dwarves. And then down to Tricus.
Kari is so far away from home.
Oh yes.
He doesn't have a home.
Oh.
Dexter Dexter is from Thras, which is this section of this area here. Found himself stumbling out of the country in possibly being pursued through the prairie here, and then on a ship all the way to Tricus. Isaki, weirdly enough, despite being the Oriental themed character, the Asian, Japanese-ish themed character, coming from what's basically a clan of samurai, his home is right here.
He is the journey to the west. He's right here.
And then there's Mallory, who comes from here.
I did not travel far.
No, you did not.
If it makes you feel better, I didn't either. I'm just a pussy though, so yeah.
And so it is that at various points in time, you have all found yourself on Tricus. It is a small, temperate to semi-tropical island, covered in small merchant villages, with some larger ones. It is a fairly magical place, though it tends to be a bit more utilitarian. Like, for instance, the lamps are lit by an oil system, but many shops have things like ever-burning torches, particularly those that are very wealthy. Only the island has become very quiet as of lately and much less active, and that is for one very specific reason. Tricus is a island nation that is very heavily dependent on and very heavily tied to the Caspon theocracy. Problem being, the Caspon theocracy has just gone through a bloody, violent revolution, much reminiscent of the French Revolution. Every single duchy has had every single nobleman, which in the case of the theocracy, was predominantly and almost entirely ASMR. They basically hunted them all down and killed them in as gory and spectacular a fashion as they could in front of a crowd. Those they couldn't manage to, put in irons, they killed on the spot. there was no taking prisoners for any point other than later execution. So, of course, many have fled the country or have attempted to. So there is an embargo, a blockade, being pressured onto Tricus by the new United Duchies government, who want to stop any potential ASMRs from running. So no ships on or off the island for the time being. Each of you has a certain unifying issue here. Well, two. One, staying here is probably bad for you. People here are paranoid. They are easily upset. They are hair trigger nervous. And they don't like others. At least not now, because being caught harboring a, we call it a fugitive, is very heavily punished by the United Duchies. And there's a price, a heavy price, put on ASMR and their colluders. So there are plenty of people willing to take advantage of those bounties. Other than that, that is just generally it's whipped up some of the more anti-other sentiments that the island has gone, that it might have been harboring at some point. This place is not it's also a very limiting place to be. It's a very relatively small island compared to other places. The other is that you have limited options in terms of getting off this island. Many of those require money or powerful magic, and most of you guys are completely skint. You are broke.
We're all poor.
Yes.
Poor and
not
sad.
So you have the motive.
Laughs
Yes.
and pie stealing.
You have the unifying motivations.
Our unifying motivation is capitalism.
Yes. So you have two unifying motivators. You want to get off the island. I don't know. Maybe some of you want to stay here, in which case, good luck. And you need money. So rather than starting in a tavern, like many games do, you find yourselves sitting in a bail bond shop. At least most of you do. Way I'm doing it is effectively someone had gone through the town pretty much just rounding up anybody that was willing to make a quick buck. In exchange for honestly just being there and looking mean. That or providing any other sort of skill that they might have. Some of you might have made this decision on your own. Some of you might have made the decision by dint of poverty. Some of you, perhaps by dint of the voices in your head. Does this sound acceptable to all of you?
Sounds right to me.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, listen, no money, no food. That's a problem.
So we're all in the same little space now, right?
In this bail bond office. It's a small building. In truth, it can't be any bigger than like 40 feet by 40 feet. In the center, or like off into the far corner, is a small desk behind a shutter. Through the shutter, there's a small port with a flap that can go back and forth. And looking through it, after the person who rounded you guys up basically dumped you in here, is a portly looking halfling, currently stuffing his face with a pie.
Kill him.
As he's like up on his stool, feet not even touching the ground, as he glances through and says, "Right, okay. I've got a couple jobs to think I give you." He kind of puts the pie down, almost kind of looking longingly at it for a second, then goes to to a drawer underneath the desk. He looks through the flap, kind of like sideways, almost kind of lies on the desk as he looks through the flap, trying to look at the rest of the room. Visibility obviously hindered by the shutters. Looking at all of you and says, "Well, you're a sorry lot." Scraping the bottom of the barrel these days. Ooh. Then rifles through some of them and says, "Right, okay, I've got a few jobs I could give some of you." As he then slides what looks to be a set of 4 sheets of vellum through the slot onto the desk on the other side. And says, "Go and give those a look."
Sure.
Yeah,
Maybe Mia would grab one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you guys probably would have been sitting on benches, which are like lining the walls, usually meant for people who are waiting. But in this case, you're waiting for a slightly different reason than most. The guy who was leading you here shortly before you arrived explained to you that normally this place is purely for putting out contracts on chasing criminals, but as of recently, it has become something of more of a job office. They didn't actually have one of those on Tricus, but everybody's looking for work, and some people have some really odd jobs that need doing. Some of them even pay. So Miar stands up, goes and grabs one of these, or all of them. Does he? He inquired. Yeah. So I'm going off the assumption that you picked all of them up.
Yeah, I pick all of them up just to brush through them first. Maybe there's anything that I can do at all, like any brainy work or something. But if there's something like a bounce or carrying shit or whatever.
Okay, so there are 4 sheets, and as you're rifle through them, the first one simply lists the local alchemist needs someone to go out, find some basic ingredients in the wood. Problem is, actually no, there's no catch. Actually, as tends to be with many of these jobs, at least not open, as obvious. Just can't be bothered to go out and pick them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you can recognize what the ingredient is up to you.
I mean, do I recognize?
I mean, he lists what he needs. He just doesn't include anything like a visual example. So going out and discerning if that's the right item or the right ingredient, that's left to your expertise.
Are we all working on the same jobs together? Like, are we all like in a cohesive group now, or are we all just kind of our own individuals currently?
You all have been led here looking
for work. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, Mia's kind of pulling a face at the ingredients, and at home he did look for food and anything, but if it's like medicine or anything, he's not too sure about that.
You seem rather puzzled, Isaki's, or is it? Wait, is it obvious that Miar's kind of?
Yeah, he's frowning a bit at the first thing he sees.
Are you puzzled by something on the paper?
It's just not the right job for me, but if you want to take a look, and he gives the 4 arenas the paper.
Okay. What ingredients are they looking for in particular, Rami?
Oh, a variety of herbs and mushrooms and the odd vine.
Would Isaki know any of these? Or like would he have an experience with some of these?
You would have experience with a couple of them. They're honestly ubiquitous weeds, and might be a little bit surprised that they grow over here. But at the same time, who knows? Others are wholly unknown to you.
I know a few of these, but I don't know any of them some as well, so I don't think this is good for me as well. Unless we have a more naturally inclined individual here that would like to take it.
I lived in the woods for a few months. Kar is just kind of gonna give a little wave from the corner he's sitting in on the bench. He's kind of pressed himself all the way to the edge, He goes, I've kind of been jumping around a little bit. I'm not.
I got this cute little image in my head of Karia right now.
I do too.
Kind of curled into a fetal position.
No, he's not like in the fetal position. He just like it's like he's kind of like packed or whatever, and he like just barely has any room, and he's just trying to.
That's
he's
exactly
like,
what's happening.
Yeah, so Isaki's like, oh, well, here you go. He's gonna hand it to Karia.
Could I go ahead and maybe make like a? Is this for more herbal medicines or is it just ingredients in general?
More herbal, honestly. Also, the Random Weatherman, thank you for following.
Oh.
Could
Oh.
Oh.
I know who that is.
Oh.
Who is that?
No.
Is it Kyle?
It is Kyle.
I knew it.
Could I maybe make a medicine check? It's not one of my best stats, but it's something.
Sure.
Alrighty, let's see here. Let's see. I can just go. Oh my god, it worked.
It's for you, Kyle.
Whoa! Alright. I got a
all right
22.
then.
That's not bad.
Karia's brain had just had a brain blast. Okay, then.
Yeah, Karia, like looking through those, you're like, you think you know what this man is trying to make, or whoever the contract giver is trying to make. Having lived in the woods and not really having much of a formal education, it took a second to try and puzzle out by context what exactly these were, because you learned what these were in the woods. You just never had any formal names put to them, which presented some difficulty. But yeah, you know what he's referring to. There is, of course, always the risk of going out and there being similar looking plants that might confuse you, but you know what you're looking for.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Rami, Quest, whatever. Your mic's pretty quiet according to one of the viewers.
Okay, I'm just generally a quiet person. I'm trying to mitigate that.
Become loud.
Loud.
I will try to speak from the diaphragm.
Oh boy.
Oh fuck, we made a mistake.
Right, I must become actor.
Oh
Right.
no!
No, continue, please.
Karia, we'll go. Oh, the bushy ones with the curls, and oh, the ones that taste awful when you don't cook them, and the ones that taste awful when you do cook them. Oh, and the spotted ones that made my tongue get hairy for a few days. I know exactly what he's looking for. Karia is gonna kind of look and pull off his backpack and open it up real quick and then talk in and go, hey, do you remember where we usually found them all? And nothing will respond out of the bag, presumably, and he'll go,
You're kind of looking at Izuka like, what
There
the
is
fuck?
a weirdo in the corner talking into his bag.
Oh my god, I'm so far away from home.
Oh my god. Oh, for the love of
He's
all.
gonna look. He's gonna look back at the 3 others that haven't really spoke up yet, and he's like, he's gonna look at seeing the only other adult in the rest being Dexter. He's gonna be like, would you be interested in looking over this with us? And why are there 2 children here?
Mallory,
Yeah, aren't you a bit young to be here?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I thought. I'm not from here, so I don't really know.
Mallory, the little voice in your head speaks up and says, "Come on, speak to them. They seem like nice enough people."
Death.
I'm gonna put in my headphones real quick. Let me know if it makes a weird noise, because sometimes it does.
Okay.
All right.
Because I don't want to kill anybody's eardrums. It's not making a noise, is it?
No.
Nope.
All good.
No.
You're good.
Yeah.
All good, G.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So yeah, Mallory, there's a little voice in your head that says, "Go on. They seem like nice people."
Mallory just makes a small noise and just takes a little while, and he starts speaking. He says, I need money.
Well, don't
That's
we all?
Looks at my carpet. You know, my mother could have left me some more. Damn it. Yeah, we all need money.
Oh wow, you have a mother. Anyway, yes, to be to be fair, there are 3 other sheets that are unread as of yet.
That is true.
Also,
Yeah, just
I like to say this entire time, just everyone's talking. Lamusi's just staring at the pie that the guy was eating.
The man has like he's been every once in a while peeking through the flap to see what you guys are saying or what you're doing. As he's one of the times he peeks out and sees you staring through at his pie, looks at you, then the pie, and then just kind of retracts it and tucks it into his vest with like a mouthful, crumbs like coming off of his lips. It gives you a baleful stare.
So do you want to be enemy number 1?
Excuse me, little child. I wouldn't offend the man that just is offering you a job.
One pudgy hand grabs the flap and slides it shut.
great, fantastic.
There goes Mimi for today.
Okay, so Isaki's just gonna pull out his little bag, and as for rations, Raymond, would it be reasonable to say before I left, I may have picked up a few more of those candies for rations and stuff.
Sure.
A little like. Okay, I'm gonna pull out one of those, and I'm gonna hand it to the little fairy.
Lamusi. Yeah.
Someone has given you food for free. Someone has gone out of their way to hand you food.
I don't like where this is going.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Congrats, you're married.
The fairy doesn't even look behind them. They smell it. They smell the sweet scent of candy and sweet foods behind them. Slowly, they rotate in the air towards the person who offers them such a treat. Oh, look at you offering me candy. Well, Buckaroo, you've made yourself quite the friend here. You are now my favorite person, I hope you know. You saved me from starving from today. You got an extra for me, friend. Lamusi points to the sprite next to them.
Yeah, so there's this 3-foot fairy, and then there's this like 1-foot sprite hovering next to them. The image of which is there.
Oh.
You guys can see him now, or her.
Oh.
Meanwhile, in Isaki's mind, I have made a great mistake.
Just kind of stares around and says, "Who says I want handouts? Go feck yourself."
Okay then.
Speak for yourself. Free food keeps the stomach full.
And does Mallory look like he's anorexic? Like,
hard to tell underneath the baggy tunic. Yeah, hard to tell underneath the baggy tunic.
I'm more like going off like maybe like facial features or something like that. Is his like cheek sunken?
Definitely.
Like gone.
Little bit gone, definitely.
Well, I suppose since there's another child here, I should also give them in. Isaki's gonna take another stick, and he's also gonna hand it to Mallory.
The horses. Did you call me a child? Lucy interjects quickly.
Wait, small. Not all small people are children.
Of course not. I'm a fair. Maybe I'm a child for me size. Gracious.
Well, I am.
Which the sprite from the aside kind of goes, "You may not be a child, but you certainly act like it."
Ooh.
Lucy just glares at the sprite.
Just
silent.
eat him. He'll follow you like a dog any day.
Silent.
But yeah, Isaki will hand Mallory or the unknown tieflingish individual a little stick of candied fruit.
Well, Mallory has very little reason to refuse. He was never taught that one very important lesson.
Don't take candy from strangers.
I mean, we're in the basement
Oh, no.
every day.
He's already hit rock bottom. There's no.
Honestly,
You guys
couldn't get worse.
being pulled into a van at this point would be a charity.
Yeah, exactly. Oh
Yo,
no,
yeah.
they poisoned me.
Oh, no.
A brother in arms. I see.
Oh
Brother
no.
in arms.
Oh no, a semi-permanent shelter from the rain. Wow, what a predicament.
What a predicament.
Putting the hobo in murder hobo. Lovely.
Oh
So yes, as Isaki is busy luring small individuals with promises of sweet treats.
Don't make me sound like that.
You know, that's a great point.
No.
Hold on.
Mir, you wait on. The others are Dexter, Mir, and we call it Ikaria. Ikaria's kind of like huddled into the corner, consulting the thing in his bag, and Dexter was at one point queried as to his input, but has since Isaki has just kind of diverted off to go speaking to children.
He was contemplating responding, and then he kind of just watched the rest of the scenes play out. He's been observing the group, kind of debating whether or not he should trust people in this room.
If possible, how close are you to Karia in that sense?
I think how close would we be together if we're both sitting on the benches?
Well, Karia's literally hunched into a corner.
Ah.
He was trying to let people, like 15 feet or so.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Karia would kind of scoot over and just kind of go, "Hey, they're kind of fighting, but I don't want you to feel left out. If you want, I'd hate for someone to go without it. We can maybe look at the other ones."
He seems skittish and he puts on almost like a grumpy facial expression, almost as if he's trying to push people away. Though at the same time there's almost like a nervous atmosphere, as if he's nervous of everyone around him. Though after a moment or two, he won't verbally respond, but he'll give you a nod.
Oh, okay, that'll be good then. Yeah, and Kari will lean in and kind of go, "I don't really like crowds, so sorry. I kind of got the same vibe."
I don't like crowds either. It brings
Carl?
trouble.
Yes, they do. Do you know how many people have ran me out of towns? It'll pause.
I guess we have something in common then.
Kari at that point will kind of go, excuse me. He's not very used to yelling.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll go, could I maybe see the other ones? I figured if they're close by, maybe I can just kind of knock them both out, or I may as well check.
Yeah, sure, let me just brush through the jobs. And just
moving to the next one. Someone needs someone needs their basement cleaned out.
Mm-hmm.
They need their basement cleaned. They need it dusted. They need crates moved. They need possibly some rats killed.
Yeah.
Not the most glorious. Nor does it promise to pay very much at all. It promises at most about 10 coppers to each person.
Yeah, good. Just putting it behind the other. Just.
The next one lists a demand to slay a small dragon that has been holed up in one of the coves nearby. It has been it's not done anything yet, but they're worried it's going to wake up at one point and sink the ships that are sitting in the harbor.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, this is a big dragon. Like it's young, but it's still big.
It's a dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
Karia would kind of like to snatch that one if at all possible, just instinctively.
I mean, Mia is just,
Still reading.
reading out loud the announcement,
Okay, yeah. So Karia, the
going,
mention
okay,
of...
here's a cleaning job. A fucking dragon?
Have I ever heard of dragons before?
Yes, you have. You know.
Isaki's hat just kind of falls out. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. So
yes.
dragons are something of a rarity, and they tend to stick around and sleep off many of the years. It's very rare that people run across, just stumble on a dragon, and it's even rare that one makes them into the general, into the light of day. They are a rarity in the world, though not unknown. They're not mythic in that they do exist and they've not faded into obscurity. But one appearing, well, it could be likened to either a disaster or a miracle, depending on the attitude of the dragon.
This seems to be a young one still sleeping.
Did they happen
You want to get rid of it?
Well, yeah, they like to do
No?
that. Oh, they like to do that. Did they say what color or anything else, or they just said big lizard with wings?
Just dragon.
Sounds like...
I think that's a bit above my pay grade. To be fair, that's...
For one person, yes, but maybe a group, we could possibly take it down.
I mean, what are your skill sets?
No one speaks.
What are you guys good at? Silence.
Silence. Yeah, okay, good that we talked about that.
The last one, if you want a page to that.
Yeah.
Recently, trying to dig up potential wealth, as the people on the island are sometimes want to do, because you can never have enough money. There's no particular taboo against this, at least not in this culture. They cracked open an old burial mound.
Oh,
a very
God.
And have faced some resistance in the form of things like a couple skeletons. And one of the people who was in charge of cracking it open and wants access to what's inside has asked that a few people go in and clear things out, possibly disarm any traps, if there are any. Just generally make entering and removing what's valuable possible. In exchange, they promise to pay 10 gold apiece. Potentially more if you argue for half the pay. They are willing to negotiate.
For the dragon?
No.
That was the burial mound.
The dragon, the pay tag is impressive. In fact, it's basically whatever you can walk away with from the horde, as well as a down payment of 10,000 gold.
Yeah, Karia.
Hello. Never mind. It is my pay grade.
Wait, so this is for the dragon?
That's for the dragon.
Lucy,
that certainly is a happily ever after for me.
Lucy just eating the food, eating the nice candy apple that was given to them. He perks up when they hear the price tag, and goes, looks at the sprite. This looks at the sprite, and then looks at the one holding the vellum, and goes, "Yeah, I got time to do this. What's the worst that can happen?"
We could die, but hopefully that's unlikely.
I said, what's the worst that could happen?
Anyway,
there is a belly cackle from behind the shutters when you say that.
Man's gotta hear this phrase a bit too often.
So you said you wanted to see our skill set, what we're capable of.
I mean,
Um,
before we work together, but as I got a bit away from the stall and a bit more into the group, I'm passing Mallory the cleaning job basically. This seems to be safe enough for you, little bug.
well, I am capable of doing this, and I didn't. You sort of can't see it, or you can't even see it at all in his character picture. But Isaki's left shoulder, it is not. It's like a sort of side little capish type thing made of nothing but spell tags, of blank spell tags. He's gonna sort of slightly pull out one off, mutter an incantation, and he's going to cast thaumaturgy to sort of open up the little thing the halfling man put down.
It will slap open. It
Yeah.
slides to the side. Oi!
It
Like,
doesn't with Miar's for stays a bit up. Oh wow, so magic trickery. That's nice.
I can also is there any like loose tear or anything on Miar's clothes? Or anything like that?
There's probably
Or is it like yeah, is there any wear and tear? T?
Probably a few little tears and well worn clothes.
I can slightly mend things. He's gonna sort of poke a small spot with wear and tear, and he's gonna also cast mending.
So yeah,
And I can do so much more, but
the tag dissolves into sort of golden yellow light, then merges into the cloth, and it shines for a moment before becoming.
Well, thank you. So you can mend clothes, you can open doors.
And I can fire an earthy glowing spear, but that takes more. I'm referring to guiding bolt, by
I
the
mean
way.
okay, that's very fair. I'm sorry, I don't mean disrespect. I respect the casters and magic
No, you're
users.
fine. I just don't want to exert myself.
It's fine, I understand that. So we have someone who can punch and fight, and someone who can cast. Anything else to add? And I'm kind of looking around into the group. Because maybe we can talk or get the dragon to piss off.
That's what I was hoping, actually. Kari would just kind of raise his hand from the corner, still looking rather nervous that everyone immediately got hyped when money was on the line to kill a dragon. He was like,
There's from the
It does sound better than dying.
I will say from behind the desk, after the mention of the dragon, there is another like bark of laughter. It says, "You lot killed the dragon." I put that in there as a joke.
I mean, what's the worst we can do? Die?
Yes.
We will die anyway of hunger.
A little bit of Isaki's childhood self is gonna come out. He's gonna say, without looking at the halfling silence badass, for looking back before continuing on the conversation.
Is it that there's this chuff of indignancy as he just says, "This is a healthy amount of chub."
Well, maybe
Dexter's gonna cork a brow.
Yeah, maybe we can keep the dragon in mind. Not to kill immediately, maybe, but first, to see how well we work together. Some of the other smaller types. The burial ground, mayhaps.
Mallory, who has broken the little candied, I think fruit was it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like small candy berries.
Yeah, the small candied berries. He kept them in a little like sack area that he has to keep his things in.
Mhm.
He didn't really eat them because he wasn't feeling hungry at the moment, and he wants to keep food for when he really needs it. He just clears his throat and speaks up, saying, "Well, I can kind of understand everything that's being said, no matter the language. I can even speak to animals. So I don't think speaking to a dragon will pose much of a problem to me.
I mean, yes, that's fair, little one, but again, maybe we shouldn't go for the dragon first, especially if you want to come. Do you have any partners? Do you have anyone to, take you by the hand, or are you alone?
I'm not alone. I have Emily.
So you have a partner. Okay. I guess you can take her with you.
Mm-hmm.
She as young as you, or she's an adult?
She's a little older than me, but she's currently not. Only she's here, but you can't see her.
Oh, okay. Okay. So not that case. Okay, so a part of me is not really comfortable with you, going out alone. So maybe someone should look out for you, at least for a bit.
Not alone.
With the looking out for you, and what was her name? Emily? Emily. Okay.
Lucy there, what do you call it? Forget her name again. Gristel just kind of like floats on by you, sort of like in a sort of relaxed laying back pose with her hands behind her head. She just sort of slowly cruises by your face. One hand comes away from behind her head and does a little spiral next to her ear. She goes.
Huh. Lamusi again is back at Gustave and goes, "Oh hush, don't do that. Everyone has their own unique way of thinking."
Yes, some of them are insane.
Yeah, speak for yourself, lass.
Well, I'm plenty insane, if so are you.
Lucy got shut up by that. Can't respond to that one.
Especially since you just talked about trying to go slay a dragon, you numpty.
Claire baby bunting.
Kari would just kind of like raise his hand at all this and go, "We might not even have to fight him in the first place. I can help with that. At least I can try."
Oops, wrong thing again. Whoopsies.
I mean, sure, if you think you can work with that.
I've it wouldn't be the first time I spoke with a dragon. I feel they're not all bad.
I mean, no one said that.
Yeah, that's fair. Kari is still very nervous, but he kind of steps forward a little bit, a little more indignant about this. Like, just I'd really like to go.
Okay, so we visit the dragon first? Really? Just the biggest job first, and then?
I mean, get the biggest one done first, and then move on to the smaller one. Dexter's gonna kind of get up from where he was sitting.
I just we're biting off more than we can chew, but sure.
I feel like, I mean, if we're going to tackle this, we definitely, as who are you? Who are you? Fellow wielder of the spear. And he's gonna look over at Karya.
Kari Orthos. At least I gave myself the last name. I I know my way around these type of things. You know, I think that we can get our payday and no one has to die. You know, I think I'd much. Yeah, much else to say.
I mean, here's the hope that we won't die. My name is Meow, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lamusi chimes in. Name's Lamusi. You can call me Lou if you want.
Pleasure.
Crickets.
And you, kid?
My name's Mallory.
Melody, a very sweet name.
And then he holds up his little brooch. I actually have a drawing of it, but I'll post that later. It's a silver winged brooch with a red gem embedded into it, a really big red round gem. And he holds it up and states, "And this is Emily."
Well, mighty fancy. Like in Miao's face, there's a bit of, oh god, what am I getting into? But
Lamusi
great politeness.
Lamusi looks at Gristel and then gives an apologetic look and nods in agreement to what was done earlier.
Yep. To see, Bristol gives you a look of "I told you so."
My name is Isaki Shippo. You can just call me Isaki. Never the full thing, please.
Sure.
And that leads.
Dexter.
Yes, that is your name. Okay.
With that, the halfling is now looking through the slat again. He's going, "So have you made up your minds? You gonna leave? This is a bond office, not an insane asylum."
It isn't.
I'm sure about that.
Well, I've been cooped up in here long enough.
Yeah, fair. Well, we will see each other, hopefully.
He says, "Well, if you got a job you've decided on, hand it over."
And I'm handing over the dragon thing.
Okay. He takes the job, and behind the slat, you can see him just kind of shake his head as he then stamps it with green ink, and then slides it back out and says, "All right, well, you've got until," checks a pocket watch, "whenever you can manage it. Although, if you do die, have the decency to send a runner to let me know that you have kicked the bucket."
Trying our best.
With that, well, the most information we've got is that it's sleeping in a cove out west.
Out west, alright. Alrighty.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. As he then slams the slat shut again.
What a polite fella. Mir turns pale. Alright, west we go.
Nice person.
So we're leaving the room,
Yes.
the area. Before Lamusi leaves the locale, Lamusi casts the cantrip. How do I do this like this? How do I do these right? I think it's this.
Go to spells, and you can click on the spell.
Hocus Pocus.
Yep. Just click on the name.
I do it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Okay. Cast Hocus Pocus and Lucy wants to make the area where the halfling was, colder. As before they leave. That's a mild annoyance.
The small muffled "fucking hell" yeah. As you leave your parting gift of pettiness. Excellent.
We're the petty lambs, okay?
Shows him for being like that. PS customers, that's working class better.
Do you even share any of his pie?
I know, right? That pie looked fucking delicious.
I know.
Wouldn't it hurt to share just a single slice?
Maybe they did it on purpose.
What exactly is pie?
Lamusi looks over at Karia. Oh, I have much to show you, laddie.
Excellent. As this gaggle of misfits starts to file out of the bail bond office, they're uniting under the we call it the ever common love of money and food. You find yourselves outside in the city of Tricus, or the streets of Tricus. It is about afternoon. If you were to head out right about now, you probably reach the coast where the cove is supposed to be. Probably by evening.
And I take it we're going by foot.
Unless you
Keep
have
it up.
unless you have the money to rent a cart or horses.
Do we look like we have money?
No.
We're going to go attack a dragon because we're poor. I think we're on like the really far end.
Yeah.
This is
It
the
ain't
full
good.
SFP level of we need the money. Or no, this is like Freddy Fazbear. Fucking.
Oh god.
Like, what's it called?
So we need a night guard.
So we need.
What's it called? At the offer of getting cart, let me see. Pulls out their pockets, like inside out, and casts minor illusion to make it look like a moth flies out. Cantrip, right? It's a cantrip. I can.
Yeah,
just
it's a
do it,
cantrip.
right?
You can cast this infinite amount of times.
Yeah, just cast minor illusion just to exemplify the poorness that they have.
Isaki's gonna look into his little pouch. He's like, I have 15 gold.
I'll check mine as well.
Like, push it in.
We're all poor here.
We're all poor.
I love the fact that Lamusi goes out of their way to cast minor illusion just to make a little moth fly out of their empty pocket.
He is a cartoon character. Right.
Yes.
Faye, am I right?
Yes. Yeah. So, setting off, journeying towards the west. Sadly, you do not have a monkey, a pig, and a horse.
And a few others.
A few others. You do have a priest, but he's not exactly Buddha. Journey forth. It's about evening time once you reach the coast. It's a varying between sandy and rocky beaches. There's some points that elevate. There's waves that crash against the rock. The typical omnipresent smell of salt water and sand, sea life, and also the grass under your feet as you approach. Now comes the part where you have to search for the cove in question.
I actually was curious. Would it be possible with maybe with just my prior knowledge of like draconic lairs that I might be able to do a survival check to check the area and maybe hunt down where we might be needing to go?
Sure.
If there's any way I can help or use the help action, since I'm not completely familiar with them, like with.
Well, you can. Tell you what. You can both make me a survival check. Depending on how Isaki scores, we'll add a small static bonus to Karya's attempt.
Sweet. Okay.
Can I cast guidance on Karya?
You may.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, boys, let's see what happens.
As the small, strange, possibly insane child pokes you with divine magic.
Oh, thank you. I think. Whoa. I feel like I know where to go. What was that?
Oh,
That's
God,
you. I kind of worry about letting you take charge of this, but go on, Dragon Boy.
Well, I mean, he does know a lot about this stuff, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's why I say I just worry about,
I'd like to think that we're all our own leader.
It's fine. It's fine. I trust y'all. A bit.
Do you?
I trust Emily.
One moment. I've got a very angry egg.
Oh, baby.
A child.
Oh, God, the egg.
A child.
It's a babu.
There we go.
Back is hatching.
She just needed to readjust. Okay. Anyways, so I had to readjust her.
Yeah, Karya, you may make your survival check with an extra 1d4 thanks to Mallory.
Perfect. With Isaki's roll, do I get any static bonus, or would a 13 be not enough?
You get a +1 thanks to his roll.
I will take that. Okay, so I'll roll with advantage.
I was
1d4 I mean.
helping.
Plus an additional 1d4.
I think you did good, Chief.
Nice.
What?
So,
no,
yeah.
just give it another.
Okay. Karya, dragons are a long-lived species. Time and their natural cycle flows at a slow pace. They take their time. They don't venture out often. Tracks they leave tend to be fairly scarce. Or those you find don't tend to be fresh and tend to be harder to find. Thankfully, going off of the fact that there was a mission put out means someone must have noticed this dragon moving around. Meaning it woke up recently, meaning it must have left some fresh tracks. Some method of finding it. And following it back to its lair. You find scratches along the shoreline. You see, sand is notoriously difficult to track through, so the beach is a loss. You try some of the muddy earth along the shoreline, just up past the sand. You find drag marks where a tail might have been. You would have to, with that roll, you could estimate that dragon might be between juvenile and adult in age. So old enough to be a serious threat to to a town or a city. Not old enough to be a catastrophe. But most certainly a threat to a small island like this. And to the small cities on it. Following the drag marks, wing scuffs where it may have broken off branches of small trees, big trees for that matter, you do eventually find your way at what you think is a dead end. It's just you find yourself overlooking a high cresting, craggy overhang, where below you is sharp rocks, waves crashing against them. You're like, well, this just leads me off a cliff. But of course, dragons can fly. And looking beneath the cliff, you see, gated by sharp rocks and stalactites and stalagmites poking up from the water and down from the top of the cave, is a tunnel. A large one, howling with wind, leading further under the ground, under your feet.
Kari's gonna kind of turn to the rest of them as they get to the cliff, and he turns around and goes, "All right, I know what you're thinking. You don't have to dive, but
Isaki's just gonna start climbing down. He has a climbing speed.
Mallory just jumps off the cliff. He can fly.
Lamusi just floats down.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay.
People just one by one hop off the cliff or start clambering down.
Miar, can you fly?
Do I have anything?
If not, I can.
I have a or actually.
Miar, I can carry you. I can.
I guess it's fine. I can climb, and just claws out
I think I have 50-foot rope. I'm not sure.
If
I
you have
have 50 feet too. I mean, we can knot it together if it's not enough.
Yeah.
I have 100 feet hempen rope and silk rope. Damn, I'm fancy. Sorry.
I love how we just proceed to do like the lemming jumping off the cliff thing.
Yeah. All right, I know what you're thinking. All right, and then you did exactly what I wasn't thinking. Okay.
Yep. Dexter does not have anything in the way of spells that could potentially help with this, unfortunately.
I believe I can, because I have a brief flying speed. I don't have wings, but I have a kind of like a magical kind of float type ability. I might be able to carry Dexter if he would be so kind. As Kari would turn and go, I know you're probably not big on really getting close with a stranger, but we got to get down there. I mean, if you want, I can help.
Well, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing if they fall, they take damage. Would ward technically help that?
Would what? Ward?
Ward.
It's a hex he has, I believe.
Yeah, it's a hex. If they take damage, it reduces the damage by 3.
I would say yes. If in the end they do take damage.
Okay. Then
Now, given the fact that Karya can glide with his wings, if not outright fully fly, I would say if it's a short drop like this, he would be able to negate the damage. Given that,
Yeah, so I get a 30-foot temporary flight with my magic levitation at the end of a movement, basically. So it's an additional 30, but I have to land by the end of the turn. So yeah, I should be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Effectively, you could drop and then activate it just before you reach the ground.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Risky.
Yeah. The question is, does Dexter allow someone to touch him?
He'll give a look of unease and then look down, kind of debate his choices before he'll give a nod. Just this once. I don't really like being touched.
Don't worry, I honestly understand.
Oh.
Just trust me, okay? And Kari will kind of reach out one of his hands.
He'll lift up his arms so you can grab him.
Kari will do I have to make a strength roll for it? I've got a 19 strength.
No,
Or just
you're
assumed I can
good.
do it. All right. Kari, even though he is built like a twig with more legs, with a little more twigs as legs, rather, kind of effortlessly lifts you up, and then proceeds to turn around and go, remember I said the trust me thing? I know this is probably going to be a really, really big trust exercise, but again, just bear with me.
Yep.
And then he will just jump off the cliff. And as he approaches the cave mouth, a force, in a sense, will kind of manifest around both you and both Karya and you, and there's this feeling of almost a massive wing flap that just kind of envelops you both, and then you are just kind of able to easily float down the rest of the way and land safely in the cave before it turns off.
And as you land with Dexter in your arms, Dexter, the little voice in your head, whispers, "Now kiss."
God damn it.
What a little shit.
Now's not the time.
Oh, so there is a time.
Yeah. So all of you are standing about knee deep, except for Mallory, who is currently about waist deep in the water, and Limousi, who is hovering above it.
Nice.
If there's anywhere way Isaki can cling onto the fucking ceiling, he's gonna do that. He is not touching the water. Or he's gonna try not to touch the water.
Okay, so you're Spider-Manning along the wall.
Yeah, Isaki's looking at the water like, no, fuck you, no.
Lucy looks up
So
at
the cleric in heavy armor is currently Spider-Manning his way along the side of the cavern wall.
Lucy looks at Isaki. Well, where'd you look at that? That's not something you see every day.
He's secretly Isaki's like incredibly fucking toned under all his fucking like clothing and shit.
What about strength builds?
He
So
has
yeah.
like he has like a Pillarman body from JoJo.
Stop.
No. You want to break out the pillar mill? Bring the fucking. Do not make this about vampires. Anyway, so yes, you are faced with a howling cave mouth.
Tell me.
Karya has draconic senses. It's just a racial thing. With a blind sight, basically of a 30-foot radius. Yeah. Is there anything he's sensing as he's just kind of there? Like any indents in the rocks again? Like from maybe something moving with enough to maybe scratch up the floors or anything to lead us on the right path?
Not really. I mean, you can kind of feel the drag marks you previously had, but they're almost completely washed away by the constant current. You can sort of feel both along your knees and shins, as well as with that innate sense of yours that you can feel the current washing out from the cavern towards the sea behind you. But for the most part, this tunnel is pretty straightforward. There's doesn't seem to be a branch off at any point here.
Okay. Karya will just kind of look around to everyone, and including the man who's now climbing on the ceiling, and go, "All right, everybody. I I don't think there's anything else. I think this is really just going to be a little bit of a straightforward walk. But I'd ask that just would you mind if I kind of take the lead? I just have a feeling I might be able to talk to him."
Be my guest. You can talk.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, T.
Hmm?
Oh, or were you gonna say more?
No.
Okay. Is it still water on the ground now? Like, is it still like?
It's shallow water.
Shallow.
Guess I'm
Reaches up
still
to my
staying on
waist.
the ceiling. Guess until I have to get off.
Wall crawler.
It's not like he's not like Spider-Man hugging the ceiling. He's more like hanging off of a stalactite.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm going to want an athletics roll from you.
Okay. Yeah, that's
because
fair.
the walls are getting fairly slick, and you are in heavy armor.
Right.
Oh fuck. Let's see what I have proficiency in that though. Oh yeah, that's not that bad. It's not that bad, right?
We'll see about that.
Right.
So it's getting difficult to keep your grip on the cavern wall. You're starting to slip at some points, and it's getting a bit treacherous. And the further in you go, the more sheer the walls are getting, to the point where it's going to start getting impossible to keep your grip.
Shit. Okay.
Mallory decides to stay a fair amount away from Isaki in case he falls, because he doesn't want to get crushed.
That's a smart plan.
The rock falls, he dies.
Quick question. Good question. This cave is dark, correct?
It is getting darker the further you go in, yes.
Alright. Lamusi not liking the darkness. While not much light, uses the cantrip Hocus Pocus and makes 4 dim lights as an offering to at least attempt to help with light issues.
Okay.
Actually, I need to check. Do I actually have dark vision? I don't think I do.
I do. Well, it's getting dark. Who has dark vision?
Oh fuck, I don't. Oh shit.
Oh.
Huh.
What do you know?
Guess I'll die.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Guess I'll die then.
You know, a party that doesn't have everybody having dark vision. Anyway, so you progress further. Isaki, the walls are becoming well and truly slick, and what do you call it? Uniform. It's becoming smooth as it's been very obviously worn down by water and wind, by the surf and the surf and the breeze, having worn this tunnel down over time. There's potentially other sources as well, but you can't tell.
I was actually about to ask. Does it look like this? What could have been like once like a weird like volcanic chamber type thing that?
Give me a nature check.
Alrighty. I'm not the best at that, but let's see. Oh,
Yeah.
17.
You're trying to find Heatran down there, Peppy? Like,
Yeah, I'm looking for Heatran, bro.
For who?
The Pokemon.
One of them Pokemans.
Got
Are there any
fucking-
like basalt columns or anything like that?
Hmm?
As we descend or stuff like that. I guess that's one way to look for it.
Yeah, sure. Go
Okay.
and roll that.
Oh, I rolled nature.
Did you? It's not showing up
Yeah.
for me. What the hell? Oh, there it is now.
Quite
That took a while.
quite bizarre. So bizarre.
Oh, hello, Ram Rancho. Yes, I am old man. All these fucking children. Besides Matt, weirdly
Hey.
enough, who is a dad.
I'm actually 24.
Oh shit, you're younger than I am.
Oh, fuck.
Can't
I feel so old. Oh no.
I feel myself disintegrating. A man younger than me as a father. What the hell? Ugh.
Oh,
Anyway.
the quest turns into dust.
Anyway.
Oh, fuck, her DM's dead.
This feels so
Oh,
bad.
that was my friend calling me an old man.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I guess. They
Uh,
just messaged me that.
nice. But yeah, anyway. Isaki, you're not sure if this was volcanic at some point. It seems to be some sort of naturally formed cove into the side of the earth here. Potentially, maybe this was an aquifer at some point that then leaked out and eventually wore down and became like from a small breakthrough into a large tunnel. No, and besides which, it doesn't smell of sulfur in here. It's not nearly hot enough to belie a potentially volcanic nature. No. Though it does, like, the walls here definitely seem unnaturally smooth in a way, as if something else had affected them. Given this is the home of a dragon, that may be the source.
Interesting. Okay, and Isaki is gonna jump off the ceiling and onto like the driest spot he can sort of find, or the spot that's not covered with a lot of water, if there is such thing.
Relatively, I would say there might be, but you're still going to end up being at least ankle deep.
God damn it. Isaki's like, God, fuck.
You still got earth under your feet. You have like stone and rock and stuff under there. But there is also that layer of water.
Yeah, the murky layer that you can't fucking see through.
Yep. So you trudge through, feet splashing as you go. It's starting to get a bit darker, though Lumos's lights help with that. Until eventually, the air starts to grow colder as you enter, rather than warmer. And the wind begins to still a little bit. That same howl that was happening from before, of wind passing through a tunnel, starts to deaden and lessen. And you find yourself in a small cave. With what little light you have, those of you with dark vision can see beyond it to a point, as dark vision does have a limit. But you can see above you there are stalactites, there are stalagmites. There's the drip and the whoosh of air, the drip of water, the rush of the current. As you eventually then come up onto muddy but not submerged dirt. Karia, coming here, you've been keeping an eye out for further traces of the dragon, and they do continue to lead this way. Until, standing here on this sort of muddy mound that has risen out of the water, as you have all been naturally led onto it, looking around, you see that this mound is ringed by stalagmites.
Hmm.
I don't think this is natural.
No, I think
And then
we're
the
in the
ground
right
begins
place.
to shake.
Oh, yeah, we're in the right place.
I think
Wait,
we're
they-
caught.
And you start to notice that
the
this...
ground's shaking.
Yeah, can I get a perception
boy.
from some people?
Can Can I have a
Yeah.
perception?
I'll go for it too. I have I have
I have a good perception.
I
I
don't.
can't remember the
Actually,
name.
I don't think I have a good perception. So.
I have
I have
proficiency
good
in it. I'll try it.
perception.
Whoever wants to.
That's the wrong one.
Oh fuck! I rolled a natural one. Don't mind the second one.
Don't mind the second one.
Wow.
So
Oh,
I
dear me.
technically got a 23 on that. But I accidentally rolled athletics, but it's the exact same bonus as the 6. Can I keep it or should I roll it again?
Sure. I'm not gonna.
Okay,
I'm not
sweet.
gonna like
Can I go
job
too?
you over it. Yeah, sure. Whoever wants to.
He's like, I hate the water.
I have no idea how this works.
Mew Mew doesn't you should.
Oh my fucking!
Whoa!
The folly of
Y'all
men.
are blind.
Sorry, I have a hat over my face. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm definitely afraid of water. And
Okay, so that's a pass,
People are crazy.
fail, 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 pass. Dexter's the only one left. Would you like to roll a perception, Dexter?
You know what? I will.
watch
Go on,
Dexter
you know you
roll
want
that one.
Can get worse.
Oh, please keep saying that.
No, I don't think it literally
Last
can.
last session I had with friends, if I had an attitude, the rolls were good. So
Actually,
it literally can't get worse.
Actually,
I'm pretty sure.
but- right, I
there's,
forgot you have
a few
limited
natural
access.
ones.
yeah.
Sheep.
it will be
Me.
fine.
So this is where all our luck went to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, did-
God damn it. Okay.
and Dexter failed. He's getting too old. His vision's failing him.
Yep.
Just the
So in a blind panic, 3 of you, because for reference sake, goddamn key. Right. For reference sake, skill checks cannot critically fail or succeed. You can still do badly and do great, but they do not crit fail and succeed. I'm going with that age-old rule.
old man.
Old man.
Old man.
Here.
I will put you in the OD&D dungeon. I will make you live through the night.
Suddenly we're in the Tomb of Horrors.
Oh no.
Wow.
No.
No.
Return to
How horrible
return
can
to
it be, actually?
return to Castle Ravenloft. No, not Ravenloft. Return to Castle Greyhawk. I'll put you through that.
Those words mean nothing. I was born in 2003.
Yeah.
Greyhawk was
baby.
Greyhawk was a mess.
2 words.
Oh.
Mordenkainen Film Studio.
Those are
But yes.
funny words, Magic Man.
Yeah.
So yes, 4
Yeah,
of
fun,
us
fun
fail on-
fact. Fun fact. Mordenkainen outsourced a movie-making career to a pair of movie producers from our dimension, and he used monsters and weapons and such film and like had an entire movie studio in Castle Greyhawk where he filmed movies and then imported them or exported them to our dimension and sold them as fantasy movies.
I love
What?
that.
He also has
What?
his VIP lounge where he resides, and he has a Coca-Cola vending machine and fridge
I love that.
Yo, I go.
Coca-Cola vending machine?
in his
Yo.
lounge.
Yeah, but the vending machine, really?
Yes, he stocks it himself. He brews the
Right.
Coca-Cola himself. It's actually there's a magic item book for AD&D where it's a Coca-Cola vending machine, but it's billed and advertised as this magical artifact that pumps out this strange elixir. If you put in a gold coin, it's cola. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, or should I say at
Yeah,
mouth.
vending machine.
Karia and Mallory only. There's this moment of panic, but then you look around. Stalagmites? The stalactites? Looking a lot sharper now. The rest of you are in something of a panic as the ground has begun to quake. The ceiling has begun to drop ever so slowly. You don't know what the hell's happening. You think maybe the ceiling might be caving in? Karia and Mallory, though, you spot these things for what they are. They're teeth.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh,
no.
Oh.
As it all moves, that the moss and the built-up rock starts to crumble off. Yeah, you're inside of a mouth and it's closing.
We should go. Like the other way. Now.
Mia turns tail and bugs it.
Finally, take me.
Dexter's booking it. What?
I'm just
It passes Mallory. He tries to lift Mallory up, and under the arm.
Before Karya kind of waits to make sure that everybody's getting out, but he doesn't leave. He actually would kind of stand there for a minute and scream out in Draconic, Endor Ankarmal Ardin, which translates very badly to
Please don't kill us.
No, roughly what that means is brother, ally, innocent lair. What he was trying to say was, I am a friend, I am a brother, please don't hurt me, I'm in your lair. I understand.
Okay. The mouth is still closing.
Didn't work.
No.
Fucking run!
Yeah, now he's leaving.
No,
So-
okay, fucking dead.
Some of you scarper out of the mouth, scrambling. Curiously enough, to those of you who didn't realize it immediately, the ceiling is no longer caving in, because normally a cave-in is a bit more than just a section of ceiling falling.
That is true.
Those of you who knew what was going on, Mallory, you're just kind of dangling from Mir's arms, going, yes.
What?
And then we call it Karya. You book it out of the mouth, and then there's the crash of teeth gnashing and water displacing, and then the sound of stone grinding, and yet more water rushing. And if you were to look behind you, you would see something in the dark, two twin lamps light up, and then pupils show in what looks to be a set of glowing pink eyes.
Young dragon, my fucking ass.
That ain't a young dragon.
That is
That
not
is-
a young dragon.
That's pretty accurate.
There's
Actually,
There's that howl of wind again. This time it's semi-warm, as some of you are like sent reeling or bowled off your feet. I would like a I want to say a strength save from each of you.
Is this
Yeah.
making is
No.
this making us move?
a
Yes.
20
Oh
and
my
that 20.
God.
Yes,
26.
this is moving to knock you off your feet.
Yeah, Kari would like to stand at the forefront of the teeth.
I
and-
know.
Um,
I know. I have a plus
That's fun.
0 to strength.
I mean, I got Mallory in my arms.
In that case, Dexter, it would just be a 1d20.
Just one.
Okay, so seeing that
Oh,
Julian's
man,
gonna
Lumosy.
fucking die, I can't even give it to him.
First death.
I'll
Nate.
save it next time. No, I'll save it.
Oh god.
So, Karya, you stand fast. You stand strong. Lamusi,
Fuck yeah.
you're sent for a whirl as you kind of flap around in the breeze and then eventually plunk into the water.
He just like he goes he like deflates like a balloon and just...
Yeah. Miar, you've got Mallory safely under your arm, and you stand strong, planting your feet in the silt beneath the water. Let's see, Iseki and Karya, you both stand very strong. The breeze doesn't even affect you, as the nostrils on the end of this humongous snout flare, and then a deep breath out sends you all stumbling and threatens to knock you all ass over tea kettle.
Mallory brings his brooch to his lips and starts praying in Celestial.
And then the lips on the snout part ever so slightly, and from between the humongous jagged teeth slips a single sentence, which how many of you can speak Draconic?
I can.
I
Not
can
me.
in 10 minutes.
Not me.
not
hi.
Sorry, what was that?
It just give me like 10 minutes.
Yeah, let me study the language real quick.
Yeah, he can comprehend all languages. Just give him a minute. Just give him like 10 minutes to do the ritual.
So yeah, Karia is the only one who can understand this, as it says, "Wherefore dost thou disturb me?"
Actually, I'm actually trying to disturb you to give you fair warning.
There's another sound like cracking stone. And then the
Dragon
snout,
boy, what is he saying?
then the snout starts to almost kind of peel fragmentary rock and melt away. And after about 10 seconds of melting down into a smaller figure, still standing about twice your height, is a tall, slab-jawed man with a brow like granite, dressed in heavy cloaks made of furs and stone, who stands in front of you, staring down, and his eyes are wide open. Again, they're pink with black slits coming down them. He stares at you, unblinking. Warning for what?
Well, you see, we are only here as I should say, as an expeditionary force. The powers that be have decided that you are quite a threat and need to be taken care of. Um, I would much prefer not for
What
that to
power?
happen.
What powers have the gods seen fit to attack our kin again?
Indeed, perhaps, but more so, it is well, the greed of the mortal kind above, and we have already been displaced from our home. Uh, my brother and I are wanderers, and I would hate for some mindless bloodshed to need to be spilled again. Thus, I am asking of you simply to how do I put this? You may want to move.
Oh my god.
The eyes widen ever so slightly when you say that. Give me a persuasion.
Oh, he's bad at
Ooh.
that.
Oh,
Oh,
You should.
no.
I was gonna say.
Actually, no. I can't talk in I can't speak your language. Never mind. So
You
never
could
mind.
use me as a translator, but you have to then trust the car it can do translation properly.
you just hear like
I got a 19.
God
Wow.
damn it! I hate your rolls.
I've never rolled this good, so
Just kind of
Don't complain.
stares down at you. You. He almost seems to lock his jaw for a moment. You insinuate that I should move for petty militias and fishermen.
no, it could be a bit worse than that if you don't. It is why I am.
And what? Another army crashes against my scales.
Or another army collapses the cave in without having to fight you in the first place, so you lose your home, your hoard, and, well, then you're gonna have to move anyways.
He considers that for a moment. Mortals more trouble than they're worth. You propose a good point. Perhaps I should retreat deeper next time. Mortals can't seem to leave well enough alone.
Trust me, I know that they can't. And they mean well, but oftentimes they fear what they don't understand, and I'm sure you know that far better than I do at this point.
Fine. Very well. He gestures with his chin towards the tunnel. Off with you then. Is he then like a moment of you not moving, goes, "What were you expecting? Gratitude?"
No, actually, I was just trying to make sure that nobody had to die. And
You are an odd
Uh,
half-breed.
yeah, I don't say I get that a lot, but it wouldn't be the first time I was considered odd. Thank you. Regardless, and then Kari will turn and go, "We're good."
We're good?
We're
I'm
good.
gonna attempt to pull Lamusi out of the water.
We're-
Lucy just the entire time after getting knocked into water, just sitting there, arms crossed, unhappy.
You'll
We're-
drop the angle.
We need to find a place to dry off soon.
My
Where-
wheels are not heavy. I can't float myself. Goodness gracious.
I'm gonna put Lamusi on my shoulders, I guess, and just begin to walk out.
We should discuss it later. Maybe we should first get out and think our graces that we're not eaten. Let's get out here.
Yes, let's go. How did you?
Yeah, kind of just his hold of a Mallory still, and
Yeah.
under one arm.
The dragon, as that is what he is, just shrugs, turns, and begins trudging off in another direction into the dark.
Fair.
What were you saying? What were you gonna say, Dexter?
How did you convince him? Or at least not to kill us?
Dragons are two things. In the experience I've had with them, they're very proud, and they really like shiny things. And if you put their shiny things at risk, or even give them the understanding that it may be at risk, they're most likely going to hear you out a little more. And I like to think I kind of understand that a little bit.
I love how Kari is the face of the party currently.
If you saw his charisma
With a
score,
flat 10 charisma.
Wow.
You fared really well, Dragon Boy.
Yep.
Looks.
So, with not much else to entice you here, unless you wish to do something else,
No.
I'm not hearing any
No.
affirmatives, so I'm going to say
There-
you guys would depart.
I was actually going to say there was one thing. I'm sorry, I just had to move because my laptop came
Go ahead.
unplugged. His form, when he takes a more humanoid form, he's still scaled in a sense, kind of like Kario. Is it more
Yeah,
so,
he's
or is
got-
he completely
He's
human?
got like a ridge of rocky scales on his brow. He's got like craggy stalactites for a beard that form sort of like almost like a toothy ridge.
Okay,
It's intimidating.
Kario
Old
would
man.
kind of wait beforehand and go, "I have one simple request. It's a small one, but it will solidify them leaving you be in a sense."
He stops mid-step and
Do
just
you have any?
looks over his shoulder at you very slowly. His eye locks with yours.
Do you happen to have any extra scales lying around? Just something to prove that you're not here anymore. If we give them that, they might just leave you be. And if you want to be real safe, I'll even maybe look into maybe knocking some extra rocks down at the front so they don't even come and check.
This time he turns halfway to you, sort of facing you profile, and then turns his head. So he's looking you right in the eyes, and he says, "Mortal, if I believe that much could convince their them to give up their curiosity, then I would be more gullible than you."
You know, that's fair. Thanks for not lighting us on fire.
Leave me to my affairs, and I shall leave you to yours, and the mortals to theirs, as ever, and things will continue to go as they have.
Well, do you have a name at the very least so I can thank you properly? Oh no, did I ask the...
He seems to tense his jaw for a second, and then, with minimal lip movement, just says, Scatagaska.
Scatagaska, I will appreciate this favor, and I hope we can meet again. My name is Karia. And then he will just turn and go, I will leave you be. I just wanted to make sure I said it proper. And then he will hustle out of there.
Well, if you think I came up with this name on the spot and I didn't expect my party to go merrily tromping off after the dragon, despite all the fucking picket signs put out front, you are sorely mistaken.
I was definitely like, oh no, I asked the haunting question of, what's their name?
I mean, Remy, this meme screams for itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
All I have to say is, you put a big danger sign in front of the in front of a group. You expect them to not mess with it?
Mhm.
We are
That's
all
why- that's
broke.
why
Of
I-
course we go off gold.
That's why I did actually outline this, at least a little bit. Though I did hope you guys weren't going here, because one false step and you would be dragon food.
Yeah.
You know, but you have a guy who's sort of a dragon and speak to dragons and convinced it that you're not here looking to kill him.
Hey,
you
worst
find that-
case scenario.
Mhm.
Worst case scenario, I cast invisible on myself, invisibility, and try my best to get out of there alive.
Dragons past a certain age have true sight.
Yeah.
You're fucked.
Notice I said try.
Try. Another one gets jotted down in the journal. Anyway, with that being the parting words from the dragon, he once more turns and strides into the darkness. And the cave begins to heave and rumble. That would be the time.
We should go. He's gonna be doing some redecorating. So yeah, the sooner the better.
Yeah, let's go.
It's hurry up. We shouldn't overstay at all here.
So yeah, through combined efforts, you guys get back out to the cave mouth and begin making your way out through whatever various means you may have.
Mare's climbing.
Mm-hmm. Climb, fly, romantically holding each other in each other's arms. What?
Look into our eyes.
Yes. Make sure to maintain eye contact. And you find yourselves once more standing on the cliff above the entrance. And then there's this stop in the vibrations. It feels like a heave in the earth. Isaki in particular feels this. As the ground above where you would estimate the cavern to be becomes a sinkhole.
Wait, we
Oh.
fall? Oh, we fucking fall?
Oh no.
There's just a hole in the earth now, as the earth just kind of collapses in. And then the cliff begins to shake and become unstable.
Okay, boys, we need to fuck on out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm running.
Yeah, let's go, guys. Come on. Okay, come on. Bye.
and it's putting Mallory again on my back and
I'm just running with. I'm holding on to Lamusi with or not Lamusi. Yeah, Lamusi. I'm holding on to Lamusi with my arms and stuff while running.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to
lads,
my
we're
Emily.
both gonna fall if you don't make it faster.
Do you know what? Actually, I'm gonna fucking drop and punt Lamusi out of the fucking
God damn
cave.
it. An extra 30-foot, 20, yeah, it's a 20-foot for a throwing action. So yeah, you get an extra 20 feet of distance for Lamusi.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking punt Lamusi just so I can run faster.
Kick the player. Lamusi, you are propelled once more in the air. Your wings are dry, so you're catch flight once more. Meanwhile, we call it. Meanwhile, Christelle is just cackling her head off this entire time. She's been thoroughly amused by the events that have been unfurling. Yeah.
As Lamusi flies by, whatever. Oh, I thank you for this, but you're going to get paid back. I hope you are aware of it.
And so
Yeah, we can. We can discuss payment later. He's fucking running.
As you then make distance, leaving behind a collapsed cliff, a sinkhole, and probably a lot of questions for whoever comes by next.
I mean,
a new
we can
geological
build
feature
up.
has a new geological feature has been formed.
We
Don't
took
worry, I
care
can,
of it.
Yeah, don't worry, guys.
Somehow.
I have a plan for that one, so we should be good.
What's your plan?
Well, I mean, if they ask, I'll just tell them that I caved the roof in on its head and I ate its heart and something scary like that. I don't know. It's a dragon.
What if you
You
found?
should
What if
look like
the
this scary
dragon?
dude.
What if the dragon finds out you said that?
He's not gonna take it to heart.
Since you ate it.
Christelle just chuckles and said, "Ha, I see what you did there."
I didn't see what.
Yeah. So, it's a few hours trek. You get back by about nighttime.
And we're all soaking wet. I'm assuming still like fucking.
Oh, you would have dried off by then. It's a bit chilly now.
Oh, so
but
we're frozen now.
Yeah. Between you guys, you have spells that can like unwet you and dry you off.
Could we use absorb elements on
I
the
have
water?
I think prestidigitation could work. Right?
Prestidigitation does that.
Yep,
Yeah.
it
That's
does.
way
Oh yeah.
easier.
No, I'll just prestidigitation everyone.
Hold on.
Oh,
I also have a thing where I can just warm us the area around us by 10 degrees.
Mhm.
So, yeah, to counter what I assume to be cold, I cast Hocus Pocus. Lumusi casts Hocus Pocus, and warms the area up like a toaster.
I have prestidigitation, and if you want, I have flaming sphere.
Yeah,
To the
sure. What could
extreme.
go wrong?
Yeah, because
Mm.
rolling somebody over with an Indiana Jones boulder-sized fireball is a great way of drying somebody off.
I mean, it would work.
Well, dry is the right word.
It takes out all the liquids in your body.
Yes,
All of them.
Great,
explosively.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Yes.
Kari is just kind of gonna stand still for a minute, and a little red flame is gonna kind of trail around his body, and he'll be dry. He's got thaumaturgy.
Oh wait,
Yes.
thaumaturgy does that as well.
Yes,
Thaumaturgy?
indeed.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
then I'll just cast thaumaturgy on myself as well. Yeah.
So,
At
yeah.
least I believe so, unless I'm remembering it correctly.
I thought it was prestidigitation because
Yeah, I
it
thought it was only
unsoils
prestidigitation.
your
Prestidigitation,
clothing.
I think.
Well, let's see. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is prestidigitation. I was incorrect.
I'll cast prestidigitation on you then, and myself,
Being an alchemist,
me,
being
please.
and you, and you as well.
Being an artificer and an alchemist, your magic is cast via magical items or trinkets. How do you go about
Oh right.
You just put out hair dryer.
What do
Yeah.
I? Hair dryer. What
Not
can
a
I use for
heating
that actually?
coil.
A heating coil. What can I use actually? This is my first time playing an artificer, so alchemist artificer.
And one of the best things about artificers, I find, is that there is the fluff they use when they cast spells. It's not just higgity, hocus pocus, hand signs, and mumbling. They have items they craft and channel it through.
Do you just put down like a
Fireball is
mini
a grenade.
A potion of dryness. It's just an empty bottle.
It's just an empty bottle.
Just dust comes out, but like.
Yep.
Alchemist supplies, experimental elixir.
Yeah, no, when you
Give us like a little like potion that dries us up like completely like a.
Yeah, I'll just do like a little potion that dries you guys out.
okay.
Nice.
Wow.
So weirdly enough, despite the fact that he whips out a few vials of a liquid of some sort, he like pours it into his hand and flicks it at you. And weirdly enough, the water starts like running out of your clothing and pooling into the dirt below you.
I'm not going to.
The way I think about it is he's basically he's like spraying you guys with a hydrophobic solution.
Oh yeah, but to say so cool. Now we're water resistant.
Yeah, like isopropyl alcohol. Yes, just drench someone in booze. Anyway,
drenching everyone in booze.
It's a racist.
Anyway, yes,
Is that why my name is
having-
alcoholic in the server?
no, it's no for other versions, for other reasons.
I
Anyway,
know.
so yes, so having spent that much time on why you guys are dry now, you guys return to the town. It is night. You see what looks to be a man or several men and women going from like there's high lamps across like going down the street, stationed at intervals. They walk around with two long poles. One with looks to be a lit fuse on the end. Another with a hook. They use the hook to unlatch sort of like a door on the lantern at the top of the pole, and then they put the wick in and light the oil within. Take it out, close the door. You see that repeating as they go down the street. It is officially evening, coming into night.
I assume the bail bonds are not open.
Weirdly enough, actually, have you ever actually been to a bail bond office?
No.
That's probably for the good. Then it means you've never had to worry about people jumping bail or yourself paying your bail. They tend to be open all hours of the night, unless they are particularly strapped for employment. So yes, they are open.
Well,
Go turn in our quest.
back again.
We will be wrapping this up soon. As soon as this is complete.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to necessarily hold you guys here forever. And besides, we're coming up on a decent time to
Yeah.
so yeah, you push your way into the bail bond office and are immediately assailed by the sound of snoring.
I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to.
Rubs hands together. Rubs hands together. Hold on.
I got ink and a pen, and he's got a lot of contact surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have minor illusion. I make loud sounds.
Okay, well, if you guys are all gonna just mess and destroy this poor man's night, I don't blame you. He's kind of mean. But I'm gonna go back to my corner. Let me know when they give you money. And Kari just sit back on the bench.
You know what? I'll join you.
Yeah, Mia's kind of rolling his eyes and just approaching the.
Actually, wait. No, better. I have a better idea now. Hold on. Whoops, I don't want to click that. Whoops.
You know what? Isaki's just gonna lightly bonk him on the head with the butt of a spear.
Hold on. Before, which one is it? Which one is it? Do I really want to waste one? No, I don't. Never mind. I don't. I go with minor illusion, loud noise.
Okay. What are you gonna make?
So it can be
Dragon's
anything,
roar.
right? Yeah, I know. Wait, hold on. Within the sound illusion, and if you can create a sound volume, it can range from a whisper to a scream. It can be your voice, someone else's voice, a lion's roar, beating drums, or any other sound you choose. Yeah, you know what? Let's make it that dragon roar that we heard that knocked me on my ass.
Oh yeah, so the howling wind from its nostrils.
Yep. Let's make that right into his ears.
So suddenly you were all assailed by the momentary sound of standing in a wind tunnel. And then there's the shout and clatter of a stool behind the shutter, the shutter desk. Who the? And then there's a moment, and then this slat slams open and says, "The fact I want."
We're coming back. We're done with the job.
For the magicals, I
Yeah.
swear. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
We went to fucking hell to get this job done.
We could have fucking knocked.
You get to experience it a wee bit.
Right?
I mean, I thought it was quite simple.
Did you kill the dragon?
He's very
Let's
dumb.
Go out, look at the cliffs tomorrow. I don't think it survived.
Have you got a body?
Kind of looking back to them.
Have you got its hoard?
Can I roll
Have any
persuasion?
hoard?
One
Well,
of
we
you,
went-
one of you
we
may
didn't get-
attempt persuasion.
Huh?
One
Can
of
we
you may
help?
attempt. Yeah.
I wanted that persuasion. I have.
I'll say,
charisma.
okay. One of you may take the front. Two of you may attempt to assist. Any more, and it becomes a din, and you actually start to get a penalty.
Well, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
so
I'm
the
not
most
assisting with it.
So one of you may
I
take the front. Two of you may assist, depending on how the assistance roll. That will decide the bonus.
My persuasion, my charisma is very high, and I have proficiencies in persuasion.
Yes.
So I would like to take the lead on this.
Okay.
Okay, well, I would like to help because I'm a charisma caster and I also have proficiency in persuasion.
I also have proficiency in persuasion.
I
I
ain't
would
got
also
none
like
of
to
that.
cast guidance.
Okay. So I roll for persuasion, right?
First.
Oh my
fuck
God.
yeah! Finally! Fuck yeah!
Damn.
Lucy goes, sorry, we can't get any loot. We didn't get any fucking bones. Scares, no nothing. The damn lizard caved the whole cave in once we killed it. Saying, oh, in a last-ditch effort, tried to kill us with it. We barely fucking escaped. Hear that sound? You know that sound that woke you up? That's what we had to deal with. We barely made it out there alive.
Okay. So
See-
with Isaki, that's a +2, so it's a 28. With what do you call it? With Mallory's rule, there's a +5 for a total of +7. For a total of 30. No, is it? Yes, 33. That totals up to a 33. Did yeah, Mallory, you rolled with the with guidance as well, correct?
Yes, I'll do this.
Okay. It's another +1, so it's a 34. You rolled 34. Nice. As the man sort of as you very vehemently tell him, insist that you went through hell and back to kill this dragon within a day. And it went and nearly collapsed the entire fucking cave on top of you. Thank you very much. And that you got the collapsed cave out there as proof. Which the halfling, looking a little bit bedraggled and probably not necessarily fully in his right mind after having just been woken up from deep sleep. Very suddenly. He's not in a good mood. But at the same time has a job to do. As he then says, right, hand me the paper.
Yeah, maybe I'll hand some the paper.
Okay. Takes it over and says, right, well. First of all, this job does stipulate you get your share of the horde if you manage to kill it. Seeing as you have no horde, there's that gone. Second, it's going to take the people probably weeks, if what you're saying is right, and the entire fucking cave has come down. So we're going to take them weeks to unearth it all to see if there's any bloody proof of it. In that case, so I can't pay you the 10,000 because there's no proof, and if there is any proof, it's lying at the bottom of that cave. And if I pay you 10,000 right now and you scarper off somewhere once the embargo's gone, however long that takes, well, it's going to be my head.
Fair point.
So I tell you what, as he then pulls out, first of all, he opens up a lockbox and then several what look to be hempen pouches. He begins putting coins in them. Here's what I'm going to do. Seeing as you have no proof with you, there's a little bit of an incentive to stick around for a little bit, and not because if you starve before this is all done and you actually earned your reward, we can pay you the full thing. But we have a small fund in case of situations like this. He then puts 6 pouches, then by the slot, and says, and each of those is 10 gold. That'll keep you fed for however long. That's a good amount of money. Don't complain. Stick around for a bit, and if they confirm it, you'll get your full pay and maybe whatever else they dig, whatever share of the horde they dig out from underneath the rubble. Plus maybe any materials from the dragon. If you're lying, well then your name will be on the bail bond when the lawmen come knocking at your door. if even you have one. Bloody bums.
Thank you.
Bear and Mia
very
snatches one of the 6 of the
Now,
pouches.
would our jolly good fellows and heroes here like to think about taking any other glorious jobs, missions, quests, or are you good for the night?
We will see each other tomorrow.
Well, that'll be the day.
Tonight. I have to sleep somewhere. Gonna get me to sleep.
You do that. And then he's like, he goes, "Now leave me alone," as he slams the slat shut.
Rubs hands together. Oh, you don't learn, do you? I'll be back for you.
And that's where we're going to draw the session to a close.
That was fucking amazing.
That was.
Yep.
Thank you all very much for playing, and thank you for those of you sitting and spectating for coming and watching our little game and coming by my table. Once again, this is me, Quest, Peb, T, Sully, Corbin, Jules, and Matt, playing a little bit of fantasy. Gather around the table. It is a bit late for me right now, especially for my fellow Europeans. It is about 40 past midnight, and yeah, it's about time to get some rest. For the rest of us who are across the pond, who more than likely are wanting to get some dinner, or maybe, probably it'd be around dinner time for a lot of people. So yeah, go off, take care of your needs. Thank you all for stopping by. It's been lovely to have you.
Thank you for
Nice. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for letting us in, y'all.
Thank you for
Thanks
playing.
for having us. And I hope you know I have plans aforeman.
Oh, boy.
Very good.
Oh, God,
That's
no.
always great to hear.
Jesus.
I love the voice in my head already.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Now kiss.
That was my favorite.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part.
Yes. And again, thank you everybody who followed and came by to watch the game. I didn't expect this much of a turnout. I expected honestly nothing, but it's wonderful that you guys came by. And even more that I'm hearing that people are enjoying the game. Holy shit, that warms my blackened little heart. Wonderful.
Hey, listen. One way or another, I'm gonna make it to where I'm gonna be your least favorite player by the end of this.
See,
I'm
you
just
say,
happy I got the punt, Julian.
Well,
just happy you get to punch you.
you'll get yours due. You'll get yours due, Pebby.
With a 10 charisma and some hope, we didn't die.
Yeah, and Julian rolled a natural fucking 20 on the best roll ever.
That was like.
Consider the other two rolls. I kid you not. Were 1 and 2.
yeah, I was gonna just straight up have the man say you're not getting any money until proof comes along, but then he went and rolled that, so I'm like, I kind of have to give you something. Also, I'm glad you think I have an ASMR voice, Gandalf. Thank you.
What's it called? Trust me, if my persuasion didn't go well, I was going to use more drastic measures.
Oh boy. Yeah.
This could have went really bad, but it went really good.
At the same time.
I love it when it works out that way. But yeah, with that, I'm going to go switch us over to the. Actually, no. Before we go, any parting comments from you guys that you'd like to give? Hell, for some of you who have a social media presence, would you like to shout yourselves out?
No.
I have yet to make my VTuber Twitter yet, so I need to do that.
I mean, I have mine, but there's nothing there.
Sadly, my VN has not gotten the actual Twitter yet, but once that's up, I'll plug that.
Once I make something specifically for this, I will.
Awesome. So yeah, to be determined. And of course, the two artists in our group, two professional artists, I should say, who have. I know T has commissions open. Do you, Sully?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So
Give her money.
T, you can probably tell by the art
Save it up
styles.
on your laptop.
Yeah, but T and Sully are both artists. They did the PNGs you see hopping around here. Mine was done by another artist called Zarasita. My God. Yeah, you can probably tell by who did what, but T and Sully did the art for PNGs as well as some of the people's stuff. Sully also did all of their own art for like, oh my god, a lot. Yeah, you can find them. I think I know T's Twitter is linked in my credits page, whereas what do you call it? Whereas Sully, you can probably find. I linked him or them in the advertisement post for this stream. Whatever the case, they're great artists. I'm very happy to have them here. Happy to have everybody who's part of this group. No exception.
Except maybe for me.
Well, this was a lovely time.
You and Jewel are constantly vying to try and be the worst players, but you're not. I love you both. Stop it.
Oh, you just wait. You just wait till I
No,
put Charm,
you can't do
a
anything.
big bad enemy, and get us all killed.
Isn't
Just
that what I
you
literally
wait.
did? I literally just did that. I went, hey, let's not fight, let's talk. So
I know, you stopped what I wanted to do.
Oh, that would have went bad. I feel like we would have fucking died.
Yeah. So yeah.
Keep in mind, I have fun spells like Charm and Enthrall.
Your entire class is built around spite. Yes. Again, thank you all for coming. I repeat myself, but it has been a pleasure. Players, chat, and all others. And we'll go over to the ending screen as I bid you all adieu.
see you next time. Bye.
See you, man.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.